Good afternoon and thank you for joining us. This is the third in the University of Birmingham Track and Field series. We're very excited to have some spectators with us, but we hope some of you will join us online as well for all the action that we've got coming up today. We're just going to run you through the timetable quickly. We have a look at that. We are starting with the open hammer first. That's going to be our first event that we're going to try and show as much of as possible. We'll then move on to the open high jump, the open 100-metre hurdles, a junior 75, a junior 100, under 20 and senior 100 metres for men and women. We've then got a men's 400, the triple jump, then the women's 400, and then we're going to move on to the first of our BMC events tonight. They will be the 3,000-metre steeplechase for men first, and then a BMC Women's 800 with a little bit of javelin going on in the background of those events, and then BMC Men's 800, BMC Women's 15, BMC Men's 15, a final steeplechase at 7:45, and then we're going to have an open shot put, the women's triple jump, and then a few open endurance races because we love our endurance at the University of Birmingham. So we have a whole load of endurance heats to close out our evening, as we have done already in these other events. Whilst we've got your attention, just like to say a big thank you to Saul for sponsoring our online stream and really helping us bring this event to those of you that couldn't travel or maybe still don't want to travel today. But like we said, we are delighted that all the athletes have been able to bring spectators with them today. So we hope you stay with us if you are stuck at home and you're trying to see how one of your friends or family does. So first off, we're going to show you the high jump, the hammer. There's someone high jumping in front of me. So in the hammer, we are going to have Dave Russell, who is from the Midland Masters AC. I have him down as a vet 70, so it'll be really interesting to see what Dave can do with a hammer. We'll also be joined, it's going to be a mixed men's and women's competition. We'll have Poppy Bean, the University of Birmingham record holder, joined by her training partner, Grace Adeli. We'll have Jamie Callaghan, Jabay Berry, Harry Ricketts, Kirsty-Ann Ebbage and Nicola Long. So that's our full start list. We will try and bring you up-to-date results as much as we can, but for these first 10 minutes we're going to leave the camera on the hammer throw there so you can see who's throwing. So at the moment we can see that 150, that's more about the opening height for the high jump. In the circle right now, we'll see what the I think that might be Nicola Long from Burton there with the first throw. As you can see, one of our fantastic officials, we've got Kay Reynolds down there, just going to put the mark up on the board for us there. Hopefully we can keep an eye on that.
10 minutes to the 100 hurdles.
So that was 3:81, which is Kirsty-Ann Ebbage.
Ryan, welcome to the track.
You can see a 22:85-ish for Kirsty-Ann Ebbage. If you'd like to keep an eye on live results this evening, you will be able to look on the OpenTrack website. And the link for the OpenTrack website is just below where you're watching us on YouTube, so it should be fairly easy for you to find that. Okay, so leaving the circle is 3:81, so that's Kirsty-Ann Ebbage. She seems to still be holding her hammer, so potentially not a throw there for Kirsty-Ann Ebbage. But we've got Poppy Bean walking into the circle, number 382. As I said, the University of Birmingham record holder. So Poppy Bean's been in around that 53:45 this season, so it'd be great to see Poppy get a season's best and maybe a PB today. We've got pretty good conditions tonight, so hopefully Poppy can send that hammer flying off down the field. So I think that is our round one throw for Poppy Bean. So I'm joined by Andy Paul, local sprint coach, sprint hurdles.
We'll go with that.
So you're going to have to bear with Andy and I during the hammer throw because it's neither of our expertise. But hey,
we sound like experts, don't we, Hannah? That's good. That's good enough. Listen, I think that's about 50 metres though. I think that's a pretty decent opener. She'll be happy with that. Just wait for the score to be read and up it will go. Using full electronic equipment this evening on the field. As long as they stay with that, unfortunately we can't see it, but as long as they stay with the marker in the grass, that's why they're still measuring. Once it's lifted, we know they're ready to give us that reading. Somebody should wave at her to move it in a second. We'll see.
So you do know slightly more about Hannah
Well,
than I
yeah.
do.
Well, there's 3 officials there reading it at the same time. I think they're reading it. Yes, they are. Oh, here you go. It's all about prisms, isn't it, and all that sort of thing.
You tell me.
Electronic data measurement, that's what I know. I think my brother told me that.
It's all better than a measuring tape, isn't it? But you can
Absolutely.
see Grace Adele there strutting around, waiting to get into that circle, just waiting for Poppy's throw to get measured before she can have her first attempt.
Yep. Well, they've definitely measured it. Just need to cut the scorecard to read it. 50.25, that's a cracking start. We were dead on. That was blue line is definitely the 50. So we have a bit of an indicator for us. 50 metres 25, a little bit down on her season's best so far, but not a bad opener for Poppy.
We can see Grace Adelier there taking her first throw. So we'll see if we can get that measured, get that to you as quickly as possible, that mark for Grace there as well.
I believe they're still warming up in the high jump as well. We've got a number of athletes out there. It's a mixed age group competition. The bar just on 150 for warm-up.
BMC numbers now ready to be collected. Collect your BMC numbers.
So we have a measurement there of 39.29 for Grace for her first round throw.
And while we're waiting, we'll read through the high jump entrance.
So I think we had Jamie Callaghan there, first round attempt. I think he just clipped the edge of the cage. I didn't see a red flag, but so they do appear to still be measuring it. But be exciting to see him not clip the cage on his second throw.
Evan Campbell joins him. We've got Tommy Ogonyo.
I think it must then mean that obviously the cage doors are shifted depending on whether they throw left or right-handed. But obviously, and I wasn't aware either, but it looks like, as you say, they can clip the cage as long as it stays within the sector lines, they'll get a valid throw.
Yes, so you can see there Jamie Callaghan choosing to have that mark measured anyway, we think. And next up we will have Jabez Berry from Hales ONAC. So you should have that throw up next. So if we look towards our track events, we've got the first track event coming up at 5:33, so we've still got another few minutes before that open 100 metre hurdles. But maybe we can run you through the start list for the open high jump before we head over to the hurdles. So in this open high jump, we're going to have Luke, I've got a different order. We'll go for Harry Wiley, Ella Woods, Evan Campbell, Bernice Coulson, Charlie Husbands, who we've seen jump already. He had a great competition a few weeks ago. Tommy Ogonye, Luke Okasemi, Abigail Rickard, Natalie Saylor, Rohan Stewart, Ruben Taylor-George and Rebecca Walker. So great to see that mixed competition. We've got a mixture of age groups, everything from under 15 all the way up to senior, all jumping together. So we believe the first height will be 150, but we'll try and keep an eye on that progression for you and let you know who's still in the competition. But these guys are still warming up at the moment in the high jump, so we'll keep an eye on the hammer throw in the meantime.
Hurdles, of course, first introduced.
So Jabez Barry has done his first throw, and he goes into the lead. If we take the combined field, the under 17 has thrown 50.29. That's the first round throw completed for Jabez Barry.
Over heavy wooden obstacles, it's modernised. And we've got a treat for you today in terms of the lineup.
If you can hear the PA in the background, it is Dan Carpenter. He's wearing a loud shirt and he's got a loud voice, so we apologise for anything slightly rogue that comes from Dan Carpenter over the feed.
Yes, that would have been slightly louder.
Foul throw there for the hammer thrower in the circle at the moment.
From House Owen, it's Iris Boliarnik. She's looking for 16 seconds today in the 100 hurdles. Best of luck,
So if we
Iris.
can take you over to the 100-metre hurdles, and we'll run through the start list for this Open Men's and Women's 100-metre hurdles.
Indeed, it is a mixed race. We've got a lineup that includes Stephanie Robertson, wears 127, Sarah Henderson, 358, Patrick Kyle wears 359, Dorcas Ojiakor, 360, Iris Aludnik, 361, and Zoe Ostrich wears 363.
She'll be wearing number 127.
That's our lineup. According to the rules, of course, we've got mixed age groups. The heights are one different, so we have to have a lane split for the under-17 lad running in lane 8.
The second quickest in the field today in terms of target time.
Remember, these guys, a lot of the people here compete tonight at the BUAC Open are aiming for one last competition before the area champs this weekend. We've got the North, South and Midlands taking place up and down the country this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Midland Championships over at Nuneaton. So a number of these guys taking their last chance to compete before that event gets underway. Over to the starter. They called to the marks, but somebody had only got one block down by the looks of it. That's very unusual. Never seen that before, but reset now. They'll be called forward again. Green card shown. Nobody infringed the rules, so just a mild warning. And away first time. Under 17 athlete in the outside lane. Patrick Kyle leads in the under 17 men's race. Zoe Ostrich coming through. Unfortunately, clock didn't stop, but we will get the time very shortly indeed. Zoe Ostrich, under 20 from BUAC, is that right?
Yep, and then I think we've got Stephanie Robertson there in third place as well, pushing Zoe all the way to the finish. So we will try and bring you those results as quickly as we can. But like I touched on before, all the results will appear on OpenTrack as well. The link for OpenTrack is below the YouTube stream that you're watching. It's in the description of the video. So absolutely brilliant to get the first track event underway, to join our hammer throwers that are already underway, and I believe the high jump should be getting started now as well pretty soon. I want to say they ran that first event early, which is always a good sign of an open if you're running early.
It is, very much so, yes. It's, I'm surprised about the officials down there. I wonder who took that decision and did it confuse anybody up here. But I think maybe 60 seconds, maybe that was all. If
everyone's ready, if everyone's there and everyone's ready, it's not too big a deal, is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we had quite a significant delay here a few weeks ago. They had some problems with the electronic timing, so we had about a half an hour delay there. So maybe they're trying to get ahead just in case that happens again.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of my athletes was stood on the line waiting at that one, I'm afraid. Yeah, they were like, what? Looking around, bemused for a few minutes, but it did go ahead, and they ran pretty well given the conditions, so not too bad at all.
And it can happen at any level. It's always delays. There's always a chance.
Of course.
So
absolutely.
Not only did we give them a track event, we gave them some experience at the same time.
That's a very neat way of summing it up. Very neat, Hannah.
That's it. Right, we're going to try and bring you an update of the hammer results, verbal or a sheet if we have one.
Yeah, I think they're just allowing somebody in the high jump just to have one last warm-up attempt at a higher height. We've got, as Hannah's already said, we've got a range of ability and age groups in there, so the heights do vary in that warm-up period. They can ask the officials for that.
And in the meantime, it does look like we've moved into round 2 of the hammer throw so far. As you can see, that's everybody's furthest throw on the card so far, so we'll try and keep you up to date with how that progresses, but it's still Poppy Bean in the lead there with 50-41.
Reminder from Dan
just ahead of Jabay Berry, so they can have a battle
it's like
there.
A few centimetres each round, isn't it? That's going to be a cracking competition to watch.
No, I think that's the strength of combining the different sexes, the different ages. You can have a bit of a competition, which is what we need on this lovely Wednesday evening.
Absolutely. You'll motivate each of them to go higher and further, hopefully. We're moving on the track next to the junior races. We've got 75 metres event up first. Reese Gibbon, Erin Colclough and Josephine Colclough are the juniors in there, I believe under 11s or under 13s will be running in that one. They're from Neath and Bratt. There's a bit of a difference in distance between those two clubs.
So we think taken to the circle now in the hammer throw is Dave Russell. We mentioned we have a vet. He's down as a vet 70, Dave Russell. Unfortunately hitting the cage there in his round 2 throw. He did get a mark in round 1, Dave. He did a 24.06 in his round 1, so a foul throw there for his round 2.
This wouldn't be possible without them. Thanks, guys. About 5 minutes to the junior 75 metres. For many of these youngsters, it's their first step in.
Straight down the middle of the sector then for the thrower in the circle. Fortunately, we're just missing the score on the card, but we'll get it measured and hopefully we'll get the electronic system working for us as well in a second. So we'll get that distance up for you.
I think it's Harry Ricketts. Andy and I were doing a mixture of seeing whether something comes on the screen for us or... Yep, so we think Harry Ricketts there with a 52.55 there in round 2 for Harry Ricketts.
And I think I think that means that little ripple of applause is actually for the start of the high jump. The bar's at 1.30 m. Youngster from Worcester goes clear in the first round.
Yeah, it's Natalie Saylor there. Just sailing over that 130. She's the first competitor in this open high jump.
Is that the standard, Hannah, tonight? That's the standard, is it? Sailor and sailing over the bar.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. I don't even. I'm just that much of a natural, Andy. Yeah. So see, heading into the circle there, we've got Kirsty-Ann Ebbage. The apologies, the throwers don't seem to be throwing in quite the same order as we have written down. So yeah, apologies if we're jumping around a bit and not quite knowing all the names for you, but I believe that's Kirsty-Ann Ebbage in there at the moment.
So, as per usual in the early stages of these high jumps, the youngsters at the lower heights keep going first, and that young lady's had her first go at 1:35 as the bar went straight up. She was the only athlete doing at 1:30. First time failure though at 1:35, so 2 more for the young lady from Worcester.
Andy, are you familiar with how long will Natalie Saylor get now between attempts? Because that seemed quite short to me that she had to go straight from that 1:30 to 1:35. It's almost a disadvantage there to have not much time.
I think so. She's given, I think it's about, when it's at the start of the competition and most of the athletes are left in, it's probably about 1.5 minutes. It goes up as the numbers in the competition go down, so to speak. But she's got a really good coach behind her, because I think Deirdre Elmhurst is over on the side of the track. Worcester coach and coach to Joel Clark-Kahn, of course, British champion last year outdoors. So she's got some really good advice in her ears, and she's back to the mark for her second attempt now. Let's see, she's just on the edge of your screens. So she's been told by coach. Maybe not enough knee lift then, I don't think. A good curve, but maybe not enough knee lift at takeoff.
You can see in the meantime behind we had Poppy Bean do another throw. She will be followed by Grace, who is Grace walking into the circle now, and Poppy Bean. We'll try and get you a measurement on that and on her third round throw. So far, Poppy has done a 50.25 and a 50.41. So we're just waiting for that third round throw for Poppy Bean.
And indeed, as you said, Hannah, now Natalie is taking her time. She's got one more attempt at this 1:35 height. And Deirdre's given her, I'm sure, some sage advice to take to the starting mark. And we'll see if she can get that knee up a little bit higher on this third and final attempt for her.
We've got a few minutes to wait for that one.
So we will try and bring you up to date with Poppy Bean's third throw. As Grace Adelier there took her third throw as well. And it is unfortunately a third-time failure for Natalie Saylor there. At least she's had the spotlight totally on her for her competition, and potentially had to come in higher than maybe she would have in just an under 15 girls competition, but great to see her taking part in the event tonight.
Absolutely, as you say, I think the heights in certain competitions go in 3 centimetre chunks, but early stages it's going to be 5, and that is for some, when you're going from an opening height to an equal PB, it can be quite a big step.
And we've got some third round results for the hammer throw. Poppy Bean has increased her throw for her distance so far. She's on 50.93, and Grace Adelier there as well, furthest throw of the competition with 40.38. So it's Abigail Ricketts there, Rickard for Birchfield Harriers. The under-17 has just cleared 140, and then that was an attempt from 397 Rohan Stewart from Worcester AC. So they're jumping very quickly. So the bar appears to be at 140. So whether Abigail Rickard was the next person to attempt 135, the bar is now at 140. We've got.
So a second attempt for the athlete wearing 197 at 1 metre 40. Easily clearance with a scissors jump. We believe that could be, though, Ella Woods, the Birchfield athlete. Yeah, indeed, that vest there. So good clearance second time for her. We'll see if she transfers to the Fosbury flop at some point, but an interesting opening height as a scissor jump. Usually used as warm-up, Hannah.
That is, I mean, you know, obviously it's great to see these local athletes here, and we don't necessarily know as much about them as we would love to, and hopefully we will know more by the end of the evening. But potentially high jump's not her main event, and she's using it as a bit of plyometric training for something
Absolutely.
else. Absolutely.
Could be going to something else, but we are on the track now, and we've got 2 athletes. It looks like we're missing our Neath athlete, and we've got 2 Birmingham running athletes and triathlon club youngsters, sisters I'm going to assume, or cousins, Erin and Josephine Colclough, both under 11 girls. Away first time from a standing start in that sprint. There's a bit of family rivalry going on. 104's Erin Colclough, really clear of Josephine. Well done, girls. Great finish by the pair of them. That's the first race for them. 12.03 looks like the winning time, and officially there for Erin Colclough of Pratt. So we'll move on from that one to a junior 100 metres, and we've got quite a full lineup in there, but we'll look at the track as the athletes gather on it in a couple of minutes' time. They're just going to be told which lanes they've got. High jump bar, I think, Hannah, we're going to make a decision on where it goes next. So the 2 athletes have taken their opening height at 145. It looks like, though, is it going up? Yes, it is. So we've got a youngster joining us now, a Worcester lad joining us at this height. Looks like Rohan Stewart from Worcester. First time, not quite for him. 2 more attempts to come.
Next up on the track in 6 minutes is the junior 100 metres. There'll be 3 of those races before.
Yes, so I think that was Kirsty-Ann Ebbage there, the under 20. She's down on our list as being from the University of Birmingham, but not in her University of Birmingham vest. But looks like she
just threw, and I think that throw probably looks like it was either measured very quickly or just missed, but it went out to over the 40-metre line. So maybe she fouled at the front of the circle. We'll keep an eye on the scorecard in a second.
can also there saw a second failure for Rohan Stewart in the high jump at 1:45. So he will have one more attempt there for Rohan in the high jump. But if we just go through the high jump at the moment, we've got Abigail Rickard from Birchfield still in a first time clearance at 1:45. Ella Woods also had a first time clearance at 1:45. So that's where the bar is still at, and we believe that Rohan Stewart, he's had 2 failures, so he's on his final attempt at the 1:45.
Indeed, you can't quite see him in the picture because he's just off to the track side getting words from his coach, as they're allowed to do. And he'll be back in and called up by the officials in a second or two, and he'll be back on his mark for that final attempt. As I said to you on the track shortly, we've got a junior 100 metres. There are down to be 7 athletes in this one, but of course we lost one in the previous. A lot of people make choices around these open meetings at the moment. But we've got a lineup that includes these athletes: Madeline Down from Hales Owen, Florence Thomas Mail from Royal Sutton Coldfield, Ruby Smith from Bratt, May Smith from Bratt. There's a lot of family links in these competitions tonight. Poppy Oluynik, another family link from Hales Owen, Erin McDade from Bratt, and Lowry Gibbon from Neath. Now, I think that Neath bus might be a bit late because a youngster who missed the previous race. We'll see. We know the traffic from South Wales is never always as good as it should be.
It's great to see. Looks like we have got a pretty full lineup for this field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. So that's great to see all these lanes filled up. And if we think about the number of competitions that these athletes have missed over the years, you can see a standing start there attempted from the Bratt athlete. Potentially hasn't had that chance to practice with the blocks. We will see that with these under 17s and these under 15s. I think it's actually under 13s and under 15s in this race. So mixture of whether they're acquainted with the blocks yet or not.
Certainly it's under 13s, Hannah. You're going to get kids who've done a few events. I know as you run the Birmingham Academy here, and we do as well over at our side of the city. These kids, certainly under 13s, will have had a go at lots of things. They'll have run, they'll have jumped, they'll have thrown, and maybe not the technicality of a block start quite yet. And they don't have to under 13, but they are in most championships sort of encouraged to use those blocks from under 15 upwards. So a mixed bag in terms of age group, but it should be an exciting race.
I find it curious as well, it's often not blocks used at English schools. Is that they can use it at some competitions but not at English schools?
Yeah, they say not in the first round. The finals they're allowed now. It's one of these things, and as you well know from English schools, I was only ever a team manager at English schools. You were a competitor, but they have certain anomalies that apply to the schools competitions, which is fine and fair enough. And certainly in the early rounds, when those are less, they're sort of maybe a bit fresher to the sport. They haven't yet done that block work, so it makes it a bit fairer in the first round. So here we go. They're on the line. Need to tell that official to put some trousers on. What is those shorts going on? That's my brother in the background. I'll tell him off later. I think Chief Marksman here this evening. But as Hannah said, 2 athletes using the standing start, but we have a full complement of 7. Good, clean start from all of them. Out this outside lane, we've got Lily Smith. On the middle, though, that I think is Oluynik. That is Poppy Oluynik coming through in lane 3. Cracking run from a very strong family dynasty of young athletes, young female athletes. 13.18 for Poppy. Cracking run.
I think
very well done indeed.
Second place there for Florence Thomas Mail. Third place potentially for 126 there, May Smith, who I think might have started on it, might have had a standing start. And I think Madeline down there coming through for 4th place.
Yeah, not a bad run at all, was it? Really good stuff. What we try and do, there's guys that see these races, try and put the quicker athletes in towards the middle lanes, and that pretty much worked out there with Poppy coming through in lane 3. She looks very happy and pleased with herself.
So we'll just bring you up to date with the high jump as we've changed the view over there. Yeah, we've got the bar there at 150. We saw a failed first attempt there at 150. Apologies, my internet isn't quite good enough for me to update our live scorecard.
You're quicker than the internet, Hannah, that's what you're saying.
It is, I am quicker than it. So I'll try and give you a hammer throw update instead. So looks like we have completed round 4 of the hammer throw. With Harry Ricketts from Swindon, he's made the biggest progress, all the way up to 56.47 there for Harry Ricketts, so that is the furthest throw. In second place at the moment, we still have Poppy Bean on 50.93 from the 3rd round, and then Jabez Berry with 50.29 still from his first round throw, so that is our top 3 at the moment in the open hammer throw.
That's some great improvements through those early rounds of that competition, aren't there? 56 metres is a great throw. Not sure what his PB, but maybe we'll take a look at that and see what we've got.
Coffee's available from Steve at the end of the back straight. Dan's in the ice cream van.
See a great second time clearance there for, I think that is 299, which is Rebecca Walker from Royal Sutton Coldfield. No, Shrewsbury, apologies. Saw the blue and white and gambled. And also a fantastic scissor jump clearance there at the second attempt there for Ella Woods there from Birchfield Harriers.
Our second 100 metres of the night, but by no means our last.
So we think that might be a PB for Jabez Berry, the under 17 from Hales Owen, with a 50.29. So congratulations to him on throwing a PB already. And if you can see the circle there in the background, I think we've got Kirsty-Ann Ebbage walking in there for her 5th round throw. So we've already had Nicola Long choose them in the first throw in this 5th round. Nicola is sitting on a 25.81 for her best throw so far.
So a great competition there for the guys. Girls in the competition, really good stuff. We're back on the track though, and this is race 2 of the 100-metre events. We've got a lineup that includes Joshua Norton in 1, Ellery Brown in 2, Maylee Lloyd Griffiths in 3, Isabel Asante in 4, Harry Fallon in 5, Fionn Brown in 6, and Lily Smith in lane 7. Again, a combination of under 13 boys through to under 17 women. Again, great first time asking for these athletes, middle lanes in there. Looks very much like
Harry Fallon looking good here.
Harry,
it's a really strong run.
Indeed, Harry Fallon, under 13 from Dublin
Goodness, what a race.
12.7, 119. Sorry, Tipton Harrier next to him was Isabella Sante.
That was taken by Harry Fallon of Dublin Stourbridge Harriers.
Strong run by the middle lanes there.
Oh, apologies. Hopefully you guys caught that commentary through my microphone. But
it wasn't
Andy,
that good, I'm sorry.
Andy Paul's microphone had just flipped off, but we did have a win there for Harry Fallon in 2097. The second place there for Isabella Sante from Tipton Harriers. So again, just sort of that advantage of putting the mixed age group and the mixed sexes together, making really competitive race for those guys as we turn our attention back to the high jump and the hammer throw that's going on.
Indeed, the high jump's up at 1.55 m. We have a new competitor joining us.
Final junior 100 metres before moving on to the seniors. So from lane 1 to 8, we have Lottie Bentley of Worcester.
That's a great clearance there from 399. It's Rebecca Walker from Shrewsbury. So took her 2 attempts to get over that 155, but she's done it. And it's 2 attempts to get over 150, but that was a first time clearance there for Rebecca Walker.
Nice clearance indeed, yeah. Hips high, nowhere near the bar with any part of the body. That was cracking. We've got another 100 in a few minutes' time. We've got, as the age groups will rise as the events go through our timetable, so the seniors will run the later races. And probably also the faster times. That's sort of the plan with these things. Jamie Callaghan and James Colclough, lanes 2 and 3. Alistair Phelan in 4. Ali Rigby in 5. Kyle Corbin in 6. Jack Foote in 7. And Jacob Gosnell in lane 8. But those guys just very early on, just setting their blocks, and they'll be lined up in due course. Nobody in the circle yet. We're waiting for the athlete to enter for the next round of the next throw in the hammer. I think one of the Birchfield girls is about to go to her mark in the high jump.
Well, just want to bring you up to date with the hammer as well. We've had a season's best from Grace Fidelio there with a 42.72. We think it's a season's best, but a great 42.72 for Grace there. Over 2 metres further than her furthest throw so far in the 5th round.
Just a second time failure there for Abigail Rickard in the high jump. She'll have one more attempt in the high jump in a couple of minutes' time. There's a Notch youngster on to go next as well, so third attempt or second attempt for her. That's Bernice Coulson.
Bernice has just sat down just to confuse you, Andy. Which isn't fair, is it? We're doing our best to keep you up to date.
Give you a chance to jump, and she just, no, I'll do it later, it's fine. Oh, we're on track though. We have the whistle and the athletes are lined up for this, the second heat of the junior races. So third of the night over the sprint distance of 100. Youngster in the middle doing that standing start again. Needs to stay still. Didn't really go to a set position, so really very much a standing start for him. That's the lane 3, the Worcester athlete. But over this near side, the Tipton guy as well. But Worcester, 1:3.8. That's not her. I'm very sorry, that's not the one that lined up with my race. 1:3.8, I had a number there. That was Alex Houchin from Worcester AC. Apologies, I may have given you the wrong keys at the start. But yeah, cracking one for him. And the time, 11:49. As we see, the times are getting quicker race by race, just as the seeding is set to do. But 11:49, that's a cracking run by that young athlete.
I think we had Harvey Rooms from Tipton Harriers and Edward Charles there closing out that top 3. So well done to those guys.
How did I get there? Oh, I know. I do apologise. I should remember the microphone's on and just put it away from my face when I go, oh, I've made a mistake. But we'll sort that one out.
But hey, so here we are. We've got the camera on the high jump again. You can see the high jump is up to 160. And we have the first attempt there for the Notts athlete, which is Bernice Coulson. So first time clearance at 160, taken very comfortably there for Bernice Coulson.
Yeah, nice clearance, good curve, good knee lift. The hammer goes out, and I think that's way over the 50-metre line, Hannah. We'll see what that distance is in a second, but that blue line, they're walking a good few metres past it.
And I think that is our event leader overall, Harry Ricketts from Swindon Harriers. So maybe he has saved his best throw for the last round. This is his penultimate throw, I think, for Harry Ricketts. I think this is his round 5 throw, so he'll be our last thrower in round 5.
Indeed, and he's thrown PBs already this evening. See if he can improve on that final round. I think they put it up though, 54.62 I can see on the board being rotated. So not quite to his best, but that's a great series for him ahead of his PB.
Absolutely, still got one throw to go. So Harry Ricketts, let's hope he can just squeeze even more out of himself tonight. So 56.47, and it's pretty good conditions. We had a tiny bit of drizzle when they were setting up the event around 4 o'clock, but that's cleared and we're back to some blue skies and pretty much no wind as well.
No, it is pretty good conditions. Those clockings in the hundreds are showing some good signs for the athletes as well on the straight. So we've got another heat lined up in a second. I'll get it right this time. And yeah, indeed, great conditions. Just as have been for the last few days. We were lucky enough to be here at the weekend. Some of us watching some awesome 10K running in the British 10K Championships Euro Team Cup. Fantastic event here this last weekend, and the conditions just as good tonight.
They are. I think University of Birmingham would have been wishing they'd put all these events on Saturday because the weather was so good. But if anything, it was probably too hot in the afternoon before. They couldn't have done it. They're better off waiting for a nice midweek evening meet. Just bringing you up to date, we did see a great first-time clearance there by Rebecca Walker at 160. So Rebecca's putting together a really good card there. Should have apologies, was that a failure at 160 for Rebecca?
I think it could have been, yeah. Yes. It's the bar's been put back on. Second has come up on the board, so another attempt to go.
So it's Rebecca Walker with her second attempt at 160.
The next lineup for the... Oh, I'll leave the high jump just for a second. Here she goes.
Nice.
Much, much better. Well done. A great clearance, really smooth. Take the curve, drive that knee up, and the Shrewsbury athlete lives another day. Competition going very, very well for her. I'd say on the track next, we've got another 100 metres. This one, if I've got it right this time, is definitely Taiwo Iwuwe Tom Butcher, Lloyd Ellis, Stephanie Robertson, Oscar Frost and Katrina Hart. Katrina's one of our Paralympians. VI athlete, Katrina Hart, she's running out in lane 7. That race due off at 3 minutes past 6.
Great to see Katrina coming to the Opens. I think she's done every one so far. She's and in the previous years as well. So it's fantastic to see her taking advantage of our Opens every year.
First of our 100-metre senior races today.
They are moving the high jump bar. Are they? Oh, it looks like they're moving the high jump bar off, but I think the numbers may have fallen off the scorecard, actually. We'll find out in a second as to what that height's going to be.
I was going to say, it can't be the wind, because it is not windy.
It is absolutely not the wind. I think it might be the magnets.
Yes. We saw Grace Adelier there just come out of the circle. That will be her last throw of the competition. She's jogging out. Hopefully that's not her just being eager to get away from the circle. Hopefully that's a bit of excitement that her last round throw might be a good one.
I reckon it seemed to get very close to the 50-metre line, so that could be really good for her.
So 41.71 for Grace there. Her furthest throw will be her second round throw of 42.72 there for Grace Adelier, which at the moment sits her in 4th place, second female, but 4th place. She's got Harry Ricketts, the under-20 man, in the lead, and Jabez Berry there, the under-17, with a PB throw to be ahead of her as well. So Jamie Callaghan there from Bratt. With a no throw to finish his competition. He's going to have a best throw of 30.58 for the competition. We've got Bernice Coulson just limbering up, doing last bit of visualisation and practice as she takes her first attempt at 1.65.
It's very much a rhythm event, the high jump. Once they've got into that rhythm, they can get very close to their PBs every comp. Every time there's a little bit of a movement, maybe the wind doesn't help. But tonight, as Hannah's already said, really good conditions. Unfortunately, not to be for that first attempt for Miss Coulson. She's got 2 more to go.
First senior 100 metres. Here are we, Butcher, Ellis, Robertson, Frost and Hart, all looking to go well. Athletes beginning to swarm around the track.
We've got Rebecca Walker here with her first attempt at 1.65 in the high jump.
Got some food, and not just any food, paella, pizza, ice cream, coffee, smoothies. Some unbelievable prices as well. I've had them myself.
Good first attempt there from Rebecca Walker. From Shrewsbury. See her have another couple of attempts. Well, hopefully maybe only one more attempt at that 1.65.
Indeed, yes. Hopefully one more for the pair of those young ladies. Let's see then. There'll probably another couple of athletes join us at the next height. If they go out, though, of course, that height might go up by more than 5 centimetres. Depends on who's left in the competition to join us.
So we've got our event leader in the hammer throw, Harry Ricketts. He's under 20, but he's got the furthest throw of the competition. He's stepping into the circle now for his furthest throw. His best throw came in round 4 so far with a 56.47. So let's see if Harry can nudge closer to that 60-metre mark. Fortunately not. Harry just giving it, maybe slightly overcooking in that final round in his quest for a PB.
Yeah, indeed. Hung on to it just that fraction too long, hit the gate on the release. So we are now back to the home straight and the 100 metres. The under-20 Senior Men's Open Race 1. Iowewu, Butcher, Ellis, Robertson, Frost and Hart. Looks like they've brought them in one lane to leave no gaps, which is good news for the athletes. And again, some very neat starting this evening. No full starts at all. Tom Butcher. Lloyd Ellis, it's going to be very, very close, but a BUAC 1, 2, 3. Is that right, Hannah? 1, 2 and 3. 1, 1, 3 is Tom Butcher. Lloyd Ellis was second and Oscar Frost was third. 11.40 the winning time unofficially there. Cracking race.
Yes, the Battle of the BUAC there. I think we're going to have a few of those, especially as we look towards the open events in the endurance events later on. But I'm sure there's some bragging rights going on, going to be going on in those within that threesome there later in the evening.
It's the academic term, of course. They're going to be bragging rights at the end of the term, aren't they?
For anyone that is interested in internal battles in BUAC, we have got Jade Sermon, coach extraordinaire, battling it out in the shot put against some of the members of her group. I think for free massages.
Seriously? Is that happening?
Yes, that is happening. Yes.
Wow. Did she tell you to say the word extraordinaire as well, Hannah?
I wanted to call it a comeback, but I wasn't allowed to do that.
Oh,
so
no, definitely not a comeback. I'm sure she did agree with that. That's great to see.
I think one of her athletes had a subpar performance at the weekend, and Jade said something on the lines of, "I could beat you, and I'm not training." So I think that's what's going down tonight.
She's usually very good at that level of betting and belief in herself. She always has been a very strong self-belief athlete. 2014, I heard. Was that the last time?
Last competition.
Wow.
So it has been 7 years without Jade Sermon competing, but we are excited. But we've also got Rebecca Walker taking her third and final attempt at 165 in the high jump.
Danny Lamb 11.24 and Hocking 10.8.
Looks like we've got the two girls left in that high jump. It is those third attempts, as you say, Hannah. Here she goes.
They're all lining up next to each other.
Oh,
yes, amazing, cracking work. When the pressure's on, that makes a really good high jump. A third attempt, really big knee into the lift, and wow, cracking clearance. Well done.
Oh, and a lovely big smile there from Rebecca Walker as well. I think it really shows the competitor in her there. There's a lot of pressure in that third round. She could squeeze out a 165 clearance.
And it looks like Coulson, we may have missed Coulson whilst that 100 was on, because she's still now discussing with the officials what the next height will be. So both those girls through at 165, which is great news. And we may well have a couple of lads join us at this height as well. We'll wait for the officials to move.
Excitement building. Jamie Warman's here. He's loving it.
We're on to Heat 2 of the senior and under 20 combined hundreds. We have the lineup: Dylan DeCosta of BUAC, Darian Moore of Bromsgrove, Daniel Lamb of BUAC, Jack Hocking of BUAC, multi-talented Jack Hocking, is that another one we'd say? Yes. Or is that the athlete that Jade needs to talk to? I don't know, we'll find out later, won't we? And then Ed Fusi from Hales Owen runs on the outside of this one. So a small but exclusive lineup of, well actually, is that 5 athletes? Did we just call 4? But 5? We got 5. So here they go. Last vest to be removed in that middle lane. That I think is DeCosta.
I was going to say, let's hope Dylan finds a vest. I think he's allowed to remember that one.
He has indeed. There you go. Or are they sharing the BUAC vest between them? Is that what was happening? We're not sure there. But anyway, we have a lineup. We have Fusi. Then we have the Bromsgrove athlete, Darian Moore. We have Dylan DeCosta, Daniel Lamb and Jack Hocking on this near side. Whistle goes under the starters' orders they are now. We've been joined by somebody who may have been slightly late and is now running in lane 1, but we'll find out who they are in a minute. But Bromsgrove and Redditch and BUAC running very, very closely. Darian Moore, I think now is it 11.05, and a grab of the hamstring, unfortunately, but 11.05. Very, very close in second. 1.34, I think, was Daniel Lamb. And then third was Dylan DeCosta. Very, very close indeed for those 3 athletes. But 11.05, cracking race. Really, really good indead. We haven't had the wind speeds yet tonight, but I'm fairly certain it's going to be illegal either headwind or into the backs of these athletes. So a great race.
Well done, lads. Get yourself a smoothie from Steve.
Another, well, not quite a 1-2-3 from BUAC. Apologies. The red vest from Bromsgrove and Redditch throwing me off. But good to see those local battles going as well. Bromsgrove just down the road. Yeah. It's great to see them competing in the Open. But if we head back to the field We think we saw a first-time clearance for Ruben Taylor-George, under 17 from Worcester. So he, under 17 man from Worcester has gone over that 170 at the first time. Everyone else just having a go now. I think we've got Coulson. Bernice Coulson had a first-time failure at 170. She's just looks like she's lining up for her second attempt. And Rebecca Walker also had a first-time failure at 170. We are going to bring you. We'll just watch this one jump of Bernice Coulson first, and then we'll bring you the hammer results. Sorry, that was me. Changing my mind. Oh, that was very, very close there for Bernice Coulson. Let's see if she can make a few little adjustments for that final attempt at 170. But we'll run through the hammer results quickly because that event has finished. She said it was a victory for Harry Ricketts in 56.47 that we think was a PB.
Pretty certain that was 55 metres up to this point this year.
And Poppy Bean, the first of the female competitors, with 50.93. And then we saw Jabez Berry also throw a PB, we think, of 50.29. First time over 50 metres there for the Hales Owen athlete, which is great. So you can see the rest of the lineup there. So congratulations to those athletes for completing the hammer jump, the hammer throw competition, and we'll head back to the hammer jump. Hammer throw, high jump. Rebecca Walker, second attempt at 170.
Both of those girls, Hannah, are going to get very, very close on their third attempts. They really are hitting the height there. They've just got to move those feet a little bit sharper at the back end of the jump. That was two great second attempts for them.
So we think it will just be Bernice Coulson and Rebecca Walker just to finish up this 170 height. Doesn't look like any of the other competitors have come in at this 170.
We have another 100 on the track as well now, though, so I believe this is heat 3 of that senior-junior combo. We have Valerio Dua from Birchfield, Joshua Brown from Cardiff, Cameron Bailey from BUAC, Stuart Greenhalgh from Bromsgrove and Redditch, and Sam Gordon from Cardiff. Although I don't think Sam's there. I think Joshua Brown certainly is, but Sam Gordon not joining us this evening. Unless, actually, maybe they've moved a lane in, possibly.
140, we have got Samuel Gordon there in the black
moved,
vest.
so we've lost the middle lane, by the looks of it. We've lost one athlete and they've moved him across. And I think we've actually lost, I think it's Stuart Greenhalgh that's not there this evening. So Dua, Brown, Gordon and Bailey. Away they go again, a first time of asking. Gordon and Brown. Sam Gordon is moving. Josh Brown is trying, but Sam Gordon, 10.43 for Sam Gordon. Little way off his PB, but that's a pretty good run for him. He's been up and down to the Midlands, a group of the Cardiff athletes over the last few weeks. Regular attendees both here and at Nuneaton over the last few series of Opens. The good run for him, 10.43. We'll await the win times on the official results in due course. Cracking run. .10.43, yeah, not bad at all. The bar, it looks like one final attempt for, is it Walker from Shrewsbury? I believe it is,
yes.
Isn't it? Walker from Shrewsbury, her third and final at 170.
And you'll hear all about them. Stay tuned.
Prepares herself. Again, can take the time. They've got an allowance of time in order to start, just like in the long jump and in the throws as well, for that matter. Just a period of time to get themselves ready before they have to begin. It's usually a clock just by the side of the pit or the bed for them to spot that time.
Food, ice cream, we've got pizzas, paella. That player looked absolutely stupendous.
Oh, very, very close again, Hannah.
I thought Rebecca Walker was going to pull off a third round clearance again like she did at the 165, but really close, and let's hope the Shrewsbury athlete has some more competition soon. But that does see the exit of the last of our females from this competition. So Bernice Coulson Because she cleared 165 on her second attempt rather than her third attempt, Bernice Coulson will take the victory out of the females in this competition, the Knots athlete, ahead of Rebecca Walker. And then you're asking me, Ella Woods, Abigail Rickards are both clear at 150, so they'll be coming in next. But we will now turn to the gentlemen. We've already had Ruben Taylor-George go clear at the first time at 170. We will stay on this high jump for a little bit. We've got the next race coming up will be a 400 metres, but that's not for another 5 minutes, so we'll try and keep you up to date with the high jump as we move the bar up. It's currently at 170. I guess it's going to keep going up in 5 centimetre increments for a little bit. And we don't yet have any track results to bring you, but we will as soon as we do, and they'll be on OpenTrack as well, so if you want to keep an eye on OpenTrack.
Indeed, and a very quick, swift result service as usual, I'm sure. So, yeah, it'd be great to see those results. And, of course, for the sprinters, the most crucial thing for them, particularly if they're trying to get qualification times, I believe today's the deadline for the Under-20s, Under-23 championships. I think that's right. And then, obviously, the British Championships are in Manchester at the end of June as well. So, last chance is really to get those times, to get them through to those events. Some restrictions on entry for the age group champs, unfortunately, but all due to the pandemic, of course. But the best of luck to those athletes who get close or above those lines over tonight or the next few days.
Yes, I did wonder, the qualification for the British Champs, that will be a bit of a factor for some athletes. I was just thinking with that men's 100 metres, I've got the qualifying time down as 10.7. So some of those athletes may already have had it, but also that might be an opportunity there to get that 10.7 and get an invitation to the British Championships.
Yes, indeed. So the two lads that were in that final heat, Sam and Josh, were both way above it. They've run it at Nuneaton a couple of times. I think they're just trying to refine it. I think the problem for some of our athletes, as you're aware, Hannah, I think, is that not all of them can get abroad to race at the moment. So they're taking the opportunities at what are a growing number of really good domestic meetings, including this BUAC series here at the University of Birmingham. What a first-time clearance, 175. That is a Bromsgrove vest. That is going to be Charlie Husbands, yes, indeed. 175 for him, a PB of 190, so early stages for him, but a good first-time clearance. And the coach has already given direction.
I feel like we've already seen Charlie Husbands here 3 weeks ago in that wonderful high jump competition that saw Laura Zealaw jump a Commonwealth standard. So it's great to see some of these guys returning.
Yeah, indeed. This track is proving really good for athletes and performances and qualifying times. We had Olympic qualifiers here only last Saturday. High jump bar then went down for the Worcester athlete. That's Ruben Taylor-George, not to be on his first attempt at 175. But actually, if he gets this tonight, it's a 2 centimetre improvement. This is just around his current level of performance. So a really good competition for him so far this evening. See who else enters, actually. We've got another athlete with spikes on and vest ready. Let's see if there's another athlete to join us. Maybe not. No, it looks like just the youngster from Worcester to have his second attempt, I believe.
So yes, Ruben Taylor-George going straight back out there for his second attempt at 175. Hopefully taking all the time he needs and he wants before his second attempt at 175.
Commonwealth Games, 45.7 and 51.6. Again, you never know.
Oh, indeed. Big round of applause. And that, if the record is right, is a PB for Ruben Taylor-George. Cracking jump.
That was a brilliant jump, to turn that round so quickly from a first round failure. I wonder about that psychology. You just go straight back on that horse and have another go. But whatever he did, it worked.
I think each athlete is quite different, but the coach and he both gave a thumbs up straight after that one, so there must have been something good in the conversation between those two jumps. Short, sweet, and very effective.
So the first of our BUAC competitors walking up, I think that's Evan Campbell. And the bar has got up to 180 as well. So I think Evan Campbell will start this round with 180. He'll be our first competitor to attempt 180.
The women's is 47.6, of course, run by Koch in Canberra. Who can forget that night?
Okay, we'll just wait for Evan Campbell to attempt this 180, and then we'll bring you some more results quickly. Very clean first-time clearance there from Evan Campbell. We'll just bring you the results of the 75-metre junior race.
Legendary Michael Johnson.
Nope, false alarm. We do not have the results of the 75-metre junior race. So we'll keep our eye on the field events. See, and a really nice clearance there from Charlie Husbands at 180. We think he jumped 190 here 3 weeks ago, but that 180 looked really good to me.
There's going to be some good comp here, I think, this evening. They are really working very, very hard. The women earlier, the lads now. Do we have that track result, or will that be in a minute or two? Here we go. Another athlete into the competition. Not to be a bit flat on the hips as he jumped through that bar. That looked like Tommy Ogunyoy from Peterborough and Neen Valley, but not to be first jump at 180 for him.
Michael Johnson's world record, of course, running
I think the Worcester athlete, Mr. Taylor George, is going to join us again at 180 now. So a big move for him this evening if this is a clearance.
Yeah, I know. I forgot.
Court's been broken since.
Oh, that's a very nice clearance there from Ruben Taylor George, and sailed over that. So let's hope he can keep on improving that.
Yeah, he's smiling. Definite grin on his face.
So we've got a second attempt quickly for Tommy Ogunyoye before we turn our attention to the first of the 400-metre races this evening. Nearly there for Tommy. Hopefully he'll nail it on that third attempt. But we turn our attention to heat one of the 400 metres.
Yeah, indeed. We have as a lineup Jamie Callahan from Bratt, James Colclough from Bratt, Alistair Phelan is a senior man, Ali Rigby from Cannock Stafford, Kyle Corbin, the under-20 from Birchfield, Jack Foote, the under-20 from Loughborough Students, and Jacob Gosnell, under-15 boy on the outside, running for Birmingham Running and Triathlon Club. So Brunner the Bratt athlete out in lane 8, although it looks like we've got a couple of gap lanes. So I reckon we have lane 2 is Jamie Callahan, definitely. Lane 3 is James Colclough we have in place. We've got a gap in the lane 4. Ali Rigby, the Cannock Stafford athlete, is there. And then in lane 8, we have Jacob Gosnell. It looks like we may have an athlete just joining us. It is really important these athletes do check in on time. We've got some athletes warming up on the back straight, but we do appear to have another athlete. Yes, indeed.
I think that is Jack Foote.
Is it? Indeed.
Better make it worth holding up that whole field.
Some sort of Loughborough tactic, I reckon, there, Hannah.
Well, what's he done?
3:33.
Whoa.
And also Alistair Phelan there, losing track of time. I mean, we're 2 minutes behind time.
It's not as though they don't know where the start is, isn't it, really, Hannah?
Local athletes showing us up as we see Tommy taking his final attempt at 180 in the background. You might be able to see that.
I was going to say it's going to be the most interesting. It's going to be one of them.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Whatever changes Tommy Okunyoye made there, it worked, and he sailed over that 180.
Easily. The first two jumps, his hips was flat, as you know, the floor is on top of here. But that time he moved his hips that fraction, and wow, the height he got then was amazing. That was cracking. More to come, I am sure. Hopefully first attempt, not third. But as I say, we've got some athletes setting up their blocks. They will be rapidly told off by the officials for not being here on time, but they are being given some allowance. That's good to see. And the blocks are going into the ground. So we're just maybe a minute or two late on this one.
So we've cut it down to 3
and hopefully the adrenaline calmed down a little bit for those guys. That would have been nerve-wracking. So what? Literally the stuff of nightmares for an athlete, isn't it? You stood the wrong side of the track and you see your race lining up.
Indeed, you hear in the commentary going, well, we've got a few missing, and we're going, oh, that's me. Didn't see any embarrassed red faces though, so I think they were like hidden those very well.
Dirty tactics from the home team.
I know.
You see Evan Campbell there limbering up for his first attempt at 184 in the background. You might be able
yes,
to see
those heights are moving a little bit closer together, not the 5 centimetre gap this time. They can become a little bit more choosy as the event gets towards its conclusion. Close, very fine. I'm sure his coach should be trackside somewhere. Yes, there's Julian. I can see him ready to give some advice. And it looks like we've got our athletes lined up on the track for this first 800 metres. Here we go.
So a fine evening of 400-metre racing.
First race underway. This is a mixed age group race, as we said earlier on. Callaghan, Colclough, Phelan, Rigby, Corbin, Foot and Gosnell. We do have that full complement. Canakin staff's athlete Ali Rigby has moved very, very strongly to the front of that race. But near the outside, we've also got the Birchwood youngster, Kyle Corbin, as well, going into that 200-metre point. But so it's those two athletes. Then on the inside, the BUAC athlete James Colclough, the M40. Rigby and Kyle Corbin, those two athletes, middle and outside of the lanes, but coming through, maybe on the inside is Colclough, but at the moment, as we enter the straight, I think we've got Kyle Corbin way ahead of this race, way ahead. A youngster, under 20 man from Birchfield Harriers, really strong running from him. That is a great, really good run from gun to tape. Well done, Kyle. 51.85, the finishing time. 1:48 second, Alistair Phelan. And the BUAC athlete, followed closely by James Colclough from Birmingham Roe Heath and Triathlon. Canakin Stafford athlete Ali Rigby in there as well.
That was a great run from Kyle Corbin. It looked slightly to me like he slammed the brakes on at 200. I don't know if he saw a fast split and panicked, or someone yelled at him and said, "You've gone too fast."
That's it. That's his coach going, "What on earth are you doing?" But seriously, that was a really even run at the end of the day. When he got to the line, he still looked fresh.
No, he did. He looked fresh and he looked strong. And
And he's smiling. Real smile on his face.
Didn't try hard enough, hopefully.
His coach will have a word with him.
So we see Evan Campbell taking his second attempt at 184, so that's good. Whatever Julian Reid told Evan Campbell to change, it has worked. So if you look under the tree, you've got Julian Reid and Laura Zialaw, who's not competing tonight, but did jump that Commonwealth qualifying time, qualifying height here 3 weeks ago. They're doing some filming and some coaching there to try and support these athletes. I think we've got Ruben Taylor-George stepping up now for his second attempt. I think he might have passed. Oh no, second attempt at 184. I struggled to read the high jump card.
Good takeoff, but just dropped out of the sky a little bit on that one. More to come, I'm sure. Just needs to hold that air time.
We take a look at the start list for the second heat of the men's 400 metres.
Central midfielder, he's part of Birmingham Tick Attacker Elite. It's Tom Magman doing his second 400 metre race. And Stuart Greenhalgh from Bromsgrove and Redditch, he was entered in the 100 earlier, but he's definitely here for the 400. Sam Nelson, is that Odeby? Which university is that? OU.
That is Oxford University Athletics Club.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
I used to do my training with them, yes.
Of course, your home city, of course, yes. Absolutely. Amy Hilliard from Birchfield is due to run. I'm not seen Amy yet this evening. Kieran Yao from Newbury and Tom Mackman from BUAC. Those are our lineup. We'll check that out again as they all come to the track.
Who knows? She could be pulling the same game as those guys in the first race that were rather late. But
she'll run up in the track going a minute. Andy, I'm late. Let's on. We'll see.
We can see Ruben Taylor-George here for his third and final attempt at 184. Not to be for Ruben Taylor-George, but we think he might have jumped to PB already. And Andy is taking a moment because he's just getting giggles at a poor 400 metre runner reacting in the corner.
There was a severe belching sound to my right, but it's slowed down now. I think he's got some water. He'll be all right. Sorry, Hannah. Did put me off slightly. Okay, we have a lineup which at the moment looks like 3 athletes. We have Tom Mackman, we have Sam Nelson, and we have Stuart Greenhalgh. That's our lineup for race 2.
Do you laugh at your athletes when they're got in that state? Yeah.
All the time I laugh at them. One of mine used to have his own little corner at the stadium where he'd go and be sick. It was his patch. We'd mark it with a sign. Big arrows. And they're away.
Vomitorium is what the Romans would. That's what the Romans called it, yeah.
So you're definitely from Oxford with that posh word. I wouldn't have known that one. Mackman, Nelson, Greenhalgh. And I think Stuart Greenhalgh is really pushing.
Yeah, it's Luke Okasiemi taking his first attempt there at 188. Sure, we'll make some adjustments there. But we do have some results to bring you. We've got the junior and the senior 100 metre results, not the senior heat 1. We're not sure, but we'll rattle through some of these for you. You can see that junior 100 metre heat 1 was a victory for Poppy Oliarnik from Hales Owen with 13:21. You can see the rest of that field there, all pushing each other all the way to the line. In Heat 2, there was a victory for Harry Fallon, just dipping under that wonderful 13-second mark there. And Isabella Sante from Tipton Harriers running the guys all the way to the line. And in Heat 3, we saw a victory for Alex Hushin of Worcester with 11:49. You can see the rest of the field there. And we'll just go to the second heat of the men's 400 metres.
Indeed, and this time I think we've got all the athletes there that are down. Tor Bennett-Williams in 3, Matthew Buckner in 4, Elliot Powell in 5, Ben Higgins in 6 and Peter Shand in 7.
On your mark.
Rhythmic clapping of the thighs there.
Who was that from? I missed
I think
it.
there's 3 or 4 of them. It's like they practiced. And again, away at the first time of asking, Tor Bennett-Williams, Buckner, Powell, Higgins and Shand. Elliot Powell, strong athlete over this distance from Birchfield Harriers, and a very smooth first 100 for him. A really really strong vertical style from Elliot, always very upright, very short, sort of that... I can't remember his name, it'll come back to me in a minute. Anyway, Elliot Powell is leading. Shouldn't say anything without checking
Michael
your brain,
Johnson.
That was the one.
Yeah, now is looking really great. I think he's run every single one of our Opens. I think he won a 200, finished highly in a 400. Is he going to take the victory in this 400 today with Elliot Powell coming with 50 metres to go?
As well. He'll be very close to maybe a PB for him, but 47.88 for Elliot Powell. We have to check power tennis the progress he's made this season, but that's not too bad and not far off his PB. So a good run for him.
And a good run from all those guys. I think Elliot benefited from being able to look at Ben Higgins and Peter Shand in that first 200 and 300 and try and reel them in.
And I reckon that could be very, very close to a PB for Ben Higgins in second. With the clock stopping at 47.88, we've got down 48.31, so it could be very close indeed. 192 now, Hannah, the bar. The bar is up to 192, and Evan Campbell, first attempt. Really very close to him. Maybe wrapped himself a little bit too much around the bar, and the legs hooked it. He'll be off to talk to the coach again shortly.
See there, Charlie Husbands. Charlie Husbands just he seems to be having a great competition. Charlie Husbands with his first attempt at 192.
We've got paella, we've got pizza, we've got ice cream, we've got smoothies, we've got coffee. Steve, Mario, Dan,
oh wow, 192 for Mr. Husband. That is really, really smooth, and a good round of applause from the crowd here this evening. Really strong jumping from Charlie. We do think that is a PB by a couple of centimetres for Charlie Husband. Oh no, we apologise. 196 he jumped at Bedford in the Big-ish Jumps and Throws Fest. So really, really close to his PB, and I'm sure if he goes 4 centimetres again, he is going to be very close to another PB for the season. Not to be first time there for Tommy Ogunye from Peterborough. He's got 2 more attempts. And now it's Okasemi from BUAC about to take his first attempt at 192. His PB 206. Needs to be a little bit bigger in those hips on top of the bar, but not a bad first attempt. 2 more for him. Both the cameraman and the coach have moved around the track, so focusing their attention on that side. Having a word with Luke now.
So we take a quick look at the start list for this first of the female 400 metre heats.
Faye O'Hare from Liverpool runs in lane 2. Penelope Barber is next from Tipton. Eva Gunn from Bratt. Katie Hall from BUAC. Maisie Scamp from Bratt. Emily Williams, Kettering Town Harriers, I'm going to guess at that one. And Lillian Smith from Bratt. That's our lineup for this first women's race of the evening. Again, a couple of gap lanes, unfortunately. So it looks like we are missing out in lane 5, Katie Hall. No, lane 4, sorry, Maisie Scamp. And in lane 6, we're missing Faye O'Hare. Less thigh clapping that time, Hannah.
Just the one. Yeah.
So we're off here. Barbara Williams.
Away again.
Gunn and Smith.
We have, sorry, Hannah,
I
go
was
for
going to
it.
say we've got Penelope Barber on the inside from Tips and Harriers, who's instrumental in getting this track built, actually. And Penny was very keen to come and run a lap today. But we can see Katie Hulme there with BUAC. Looks like she's having the best first 200. You can see her there in the red vest and the long socks. On the outside, we've got Eva Gunn, and we've got Emily Williams there in the teal vest out there as well.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if Katie can hang on for this second 200. Just like the previous 3 races, the athlete that's gone from gun to tape has really led through 200. A couple of the athletes have struggled in that back end of the race, but Katie looks like she's really got this race by the scruff of the neck. Into the straight for her, and the athletes are only just entering it now. Really strong, still upright, still punching those arms. Really going to be close to that 60 seconds if she can push that pace to the last 3. Maybe not just outside, but a great strong run for Katie. 60.86. Good start, good run for her.
That's a great run there from Katie Hulme, crossing the line in first, from Emily Williams and Ava Gunn in third there, and Penny Barber just coming through there, the Tips and Harrier, to finish off this first heat of the women's 400 metres. Penny put down a target in 90 seconds, so she was comfortably under that.
Easily inside that. Yeah. And striding off the track like she wants to run another one straight away, I think.
Maybe we'll be able to get her in a 3,000 metres in a bit. But we think we have got Luke Okasemi clear second time at 188. Evan Campbell clear at 192. Tommy Ogunyoye clear at 192 as well. And Charlie Husbands as well. So some great jumping from those guys. It's the third attempt now for Luke Okasemi.
Yes, indeed. Just one more for him. So we have medalists if Luke fails at this one, but we're going to have to go to count back after this. It's all those I love the high jump competition for that combination of not only the clearances but also the failures that can count towards a gold or a silver or a bronze medal. But not to be for Luke this evening. 188 for him.
We've got Megan Davis of Canada Stafford.
And we are underway in the triple jump, so we will try and bring you a bit of an update of what's going on there as well. But if you would like, we do have some more results on the OpenTrack system. We will put those up on the screen when we can, but not at the detriment of actual action. We really want to try and make sure we bring you a lot of the action. It's hard when it's coming thick and fast, but we are passionate about making sure we show the field and the track as much as possible. But if you are waiting for results, we believe online there are we showed you some of the junior 100 metres. We have got Heat 2 and Heat 3 of the senior 100 metres are online as well. So you can go and check those out. The link is on the YouTube channel below where you're watching on your screens.
Oh, I think it's up there as well now. data.opentrack.run.
Yes, that is where you should head for the live results. But we'll just bring you the men's triple jump field. We've already had the start of round 1. So in the field, we have Jonathan Gilks, Massey Campbell, Aid Mason, Josh Woods and Scott Sinclair. So we've already had a 13.27 from Josh Gilks and a 13.22 from Massey Campbell. So already pretty competitive in that first round for those two. Josh Gilks is down as COVID. Who knows what club that is? Let's hope that's not a club that's here to stay. You see, first attempt for Evan Campbell at 196. It's a failure there for Evan Campbell. It's first attempt at 196, and we have the women's 400 metres Heat 2 on the track. And to bring you through this, you got it?
Yeah, I've got it. It's Scarlett Kent, Sophie Porter and Lydia Summers. Those are lanes 1, 2 and 3. And then later out in lane 6 we've got Olivia Kim Boa, and lane 8 is Madeline Wapples, another great supporter of these events here at BUAC this season so far. Youngster from Solihull and Small Heath. A couple of lanes missing. Again, I don't think we've had a full start all evening. That's not bad at all for the early sprints. Maddie Wapples out on her own, but running very strongly there. On the middle lane on the inside, we have got Sophie Porter. I believe has come from Guernsey, according to the team list there. So she's running very strongly in lane 2. but Maddie Wapples in lane 8, and inside her Olivia Kimboa. But it looks like Sophie Porter very close at 150. Kimboa and Wapples on the outside lanes. Lost just a little bit behind the pole vault, but he'll catch them again in a second. Lydia Summers, my apologies to Sophie Porter, but Lydia Summers in lane 3. I can see that vest now of Loughborough students, but Lydia Summers running very, very strongly and taking the race through that top bend. She finishes 57.95. Kimboa second, and Maddie Wapples finishes in third. Youngster from Shaftesbury on the inside, Scarlett Kent, was fourth.
I think we lost Sophie Porter somewhere in the race, so potentially why that's
yeah, apologies. That must have been somewhere in the back straight. I'm sure she was there.
So Tommy Okunyoye taking his first attempt at 196. Oh, had the height so hopefully
Had the height and dropped his bum.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So hopefully he can manage that as well. So that'd be.
This is PB height for a couple of these lads. A couple of them have got 2 metres under their belt already, so this is decision time in this competition for these athletes. Decide the positions.
We have got a new leader in the men's triple jump. We've got Josh Woods from BUAC, the under-20 Birmingham University Athletics Club. 14.36 there for Josh Woods to take the lead at the moment.
Evan Campbell is back out. His second attempt to come now at 196.
So at the moment we've got our cameraman pointed at the triple jump, which is fair enough. It's hard for us to.
Thank you very much. Somebody told him.
It's hard. We do want to. So we've got Evan Campbell here, his second attempt at 196.
Oh, very, very close indeed. Just the calves took that bar off. So another chance to come for him.
But yeah, just to give you an insight into our stream, we've got just 2 cameras, both operated by student volunteers that are doing a fantastic job, but we unfortunately haven't got a camera on the back straight. So it is quite hard to show you what's going on in the horizontal jumps on the back straight because we've got a lot of people warming up and a lot of furniture on the track. So you can see Tommy here taking his second attempt at 196. The high jump is a little bit easier to show you.
He's just outside the camera line. There he is, just on the fringes of your screen. Here he comes. Let's see if that hip stays high. Nope, didn't get off the floor that time, unfortunately. One more to come from him, some adjustments to be made.
So at the moment we have got this open high jump coming to a conclusion and the men's triple jump getting started on the back straight. As you can see, some of our officials and volunteers have put out the steeplechase barriers. We have got a BMC men's steeplechase going off in around 15 minutes, but we'll try and wrap up this high jump competition for you and hopefully keep you up to date with that triple jump as well. And the sun comes out. We have a little bit of clouds. We can't really complain. Now we've got the sunshine out, so it's nice and warm for these athletes.
The centre green is bathed in sunshine. Not bad at all. It is a lovely evening here at the University of Birmingham. It's a wonderful track in a lovely setting. Say the long jump, the triple jump well underway. The high jump nearing its conclusions. The officials have put up the third attempt sign, and Evan Campbell makes his preparations. Final words from his coach and from Laura Zierlaw, who's given him encouragement for the outside of the track, as they were very much allowed to do. 196, Evan Campbell.
That's up in 15 minutes. Again, a red iPhone 11. If anyone sees that, please hand it in.
Here he goes. No, not to be. Something not quite right with that run-up. He does, as we said earlier, have time, but he's been like the mark for a while, so we will have to get this final attempt going relatively quickly. So there will be somebody there with a stopwatch.
Hopefully the officials will be communicating to Evan how long he's got left. But he looks relaxed. He looks like they've told him to take his time. So
I believe the wrist has just been shown in terms of looking at me watch, checking that. as long as the run-up starts before the clock goes down. But no, not quite this evening. Some good jumps for Evan earlier on, but not quite at 196, just below PB.
Yes, well, hopefully Evan will get another competition soon, because it looked like it was close and he looks frustrated. But we have to say a lot of our university athletes will have just finished their exams. And I think it's a lot of stress and a lot of distraction around that.
A little bit of release going on this evening, isn't it, in terms of these competitions? Just a bit of a blowout, and then maybe prep for the next peak of the season, whether that's under 20s, under 23s, or indeed the British Championships. As we said, the next few weeks are very, very busy for athletes here in the UK. 3 weekends of championships, from regionals through to age groups through to the national seniors, and of course those national seniors in Manchester and Olympic qualifying. On the run-up now, Tommy Oganyoy. His third and final attempt at 196. Didn't quite get the lift on the previous jump. Lots and lots of lift that time, but maybe just a little bit in front of the bar actually. So again, his hips came down on it. Not to be for him this evening, but again, a good competition for him on a pleasant evening here in Birmingham.
So that leaves Charlie Husbands as the sole competitor in this men's high jump. So we'll see if he's going to go a little bit higher, but we're going to bring you up to date with the men's triple jump competition at the moment. We have only got the 3 competitors in there. So far from round 2, these are our results. We've got Josh Woods with that 14.36 sitting in the lead, Massey Campbell with 13.43, and Joseph how do you say it, Andy? Jilks. Joseph Jilks of the COVID Club, which, like I said, let's hope that's not a real thing, 13.27. So those 3 guys, that competition won't take too long for those guys on the back straight with only the 3 competitors.
So he's picked his height and he is going, not 208, surely, 2 metres for Charlie. This would be a new PB by a chunk, wouldn't it, I think, for Charlie? Has he jumped 2 this year? 196, equaled his PB so far. A brand new PB height for him at 2 metres. Always a big step for high jumpers, this 2 metres. Sort of like the 190 for the girls as well, as they progress towards sort of 195. Our British record in this country is around 196, 97, I think. But of course, the men's height's well in excess of 240 at world class. But 2 metres for this young man, a real big step forward if he can clear it. On his own, and 3 attempts, first one up. Now, I don't know about you, Hannah, but that looked massive and he just kind of stopped. That looked ridiculously high.
So from an endurance background, I've always wanted to say, why don't they just take a ruler with them? 4 meters is, take a ruler out with you. 4 centimetres is nothing. But hey, it's such a technical event before you throw in those nerves and thinking you've got to do something different. But loads of height there for Charlie Husbands. So like we say, he's already jumped to PB this evening. It'd be great to see Charlie Husbands hit that 2 metres as well.
Indeed, Hannah. I think, as you say, there's a lot of psychology with a high jump, because like with a race on the track, the gun goes and everybody goes at the same time. Here, he's on his own. He is the last one left in the competition. Everybody's looking at him. He knows what he can do. He knows this is a PB. And hey, he's not at championships, so it'd be great to get this 2 metres before he goes to the under 20s, because I'm sure that's his target. Let's see what happens. He's all ready to go. Knows there was a little thing to adjust. Attempt 2. Here we go. Oh! We aren't the only ones sighing. I'm sure there's a crowd full of people over to the right of us who are sighing just as loud.
I think there's about 4 people under the trees behind the fan with their hands on their heads. So it's one more attempt for Charlie Husbands to see if he can hit that 2 metres on the nose. But we are going to try and bring you the results of the women's 400 metres quickly before Charlie Husbands takes his 3rd and final attempt. So we saw Katie Hulme take that first of the female heats, just outside the 60 seconds. Let's hope she gets another attempt soon to nip under that 60 seconds. And then heat 2. When we saw a victory for Kyle Corbin, went storming through that first 200 and held on really well with 51.86 from Alistair Phelan, Ali Rigby, Jack Foot, and the rest of the field there. And then we head to Heat 2. So a victory for Stuart Greenhill of Bromley and Bromsgrove and Redditch. Great victory there in that second heat of the men's 400 metres. Powell take a victory. We saw him win the 200 at the first University of Birmingham Open, compete in the 400, and then great to see him take another victory in the Open 400 tonight. And Ben Higgins there with a close finish, strongly in that last 50 metres, but couldn't quite get back to Elliott for the win.
I always love watching the high jump, Hannah. They're all very tidy afterwards. Either one of the officials or the athletes get out there and pick up all the tiny little bits of tape so the track returns to its glorious self once the comp is done. Very tidy.
Well, we had as you've touched already, we had the 10,000 metre European Cup here on Saturday, which is so exciting for us as a community. You use this track, Birchfield, some of the Birchfield athletes use this track. It's a real community track, and to have world-class athletics on it Saturday night was a lot of fun. But I'll tell you what, there was a lot of litter. There was a lot of litter left behind.
There was indeed. I did notice that. I was here till the end, and I have to say I've watched more 10,000 metres in one evening than I've ever watched in my entire life. But I have to say I was mightily impressed. The last two races for the men and for the women were absolutely stunning. Great running, and so you have to watch them in real time to really appreciate the quality of what they're doing for 25 laps. It is so cool.
So jogging is now cool. But
damn, am I quoted on that?
Yes.
Oh, crap.
Andy Paul said 10,000 metres. But thank you very much for joining us, Andy.
Thank you, Hannah.
So we're moving on to some endurance events, so we're going to let you off. I'm not going to make you commentate on...
I brought a pillow.
Hey, come on. So thank you very much, Andy, for your expertise and helping me out on the sprint events.
Hannah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks very much.
No problem at all.
Soon.
Thank you.
The men's steeplechase. Got a wide plethora of elite athletes here. But first, a bit about the history of the event. For those who've studied the sport, of course, it originated in Ireland. France has to jump from town to town.
So unfortunately we lose Andy Paul and his two cute dogs, but we do gain Sabrina Sinner, so thank you very much for coming to help us with the endurance events.
No, well, it'll be a good night of racing.
Yes, so the next event we have up on the track is going to be the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. So we've really got a great lineup here for you. I'm going to do it justice by getting the correct note set ahead of me. It's found out. So on the inside we're going to have Ian Thomas from Cardiff. So Ian was 7th at the 2018 Commonwealth Games. He's also competed for Great Britain in the World Championships and the European Championships. So really looking to see if Ian can get closer to his personal best of 8:30. He's got an 8:50 so far this season, and let's hope tonight's the night where he can get back towards that 8:30. He's going to be joined by his Welsh teammate Johnny Hopkins, who just beat him in that Commonwealth Games and got 6th place there. Johnny came and ran the 2,000 metre steeplechase here and clocked a 5:40, so he's already familiar with the track, and he won the Manchester Invitational in 8:36. So Johnny Hopkins potentially being the man in form in this field, but I'm sure the others would have something to say about that. Got Will Battersill doing his first steeplechase of the season, Ben Nagy looking probably for a season's best, Liam Harris here from Ireland, Jay Rossiter, who's run the steeplechase 2,000 metre steeplechase here and got a PB over that this season already, and an 8:38 to his name so far, the Irishman. Chris Perry from Vale Royal and Liverpool Harriers, I'm sure in the hunt for a season's best as well. Matthew Seddon from Bracknell AC, Michael Cameron from Thames Valley, Elliot Moran from Exeter and the University of Birmingham, Thomas Bridger from Cambridge and Coleridge, ran the 2,000 metre steeplechase earlier in the year, back here for the full 3K. Luca Manali, Zach Seddon, who does have an Olympic qualifying time of 8:21. He did that in 2019 when he also made the final at the Doha World Championships. So similar to maybe Ian and J-Hop, we'd love to see Zach get back towards that 8:30 mark, and he's already gone under that this season with the 8:29, so potentially should have called him the man in form, not Johnny Hopkins. But Zach said, and great to see him in this domestic field. We've also got Finlay Daly here from Ireland as well, so really exciting to have that Irish element there. We've got Finlay Daly, Jay Rossiter and Liam Harris from Ireland, so I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a competitive battle there. And we've got Christian Imroth pacing tonight, which is really exciting. Christian's already qualified for the European Juniors and the 3,000 metres and steeplechase and the 3,000 metre flat. So just hats off to Christian for being selfless tonight and coming here and pacing this race and really helping this domestic competition. Thank you to BMC for supporting this Open, sort of donating a few events tonight. We've got a couple of 800s, a couple of 1500s, and 2 steeplechases. And these steeplechases are actually gold standard events. So there is the best of British prize money available for the men's and the women's steeplechase tonight, which I think is £200. So it won't be available for our Irish visitors, but the first British athlete in this race will be eligible for that BMC prize, which is fantastic to see the BMC supporting this and supporting the athletes. You see the gentlemen on the back straight, they are due to set off at 7 o'clock, so that'll be any second. To give you the lineup again, you can see on the inside, we've got Ian Thomas, Johnny Hopkins, Will Battersill, Ben Nagy, Liam Harris, Jay Rossiter, Chris Perry, Matthew Seddon, Michael Cameron, Elliot Moran, Thomas Bridger, Luca Minali, Zach Seddon and Finley Daly.
Thomas Bridger, Luca Minali, Zach Seddon, Finley Daly, all paced by Christian Imroth. We'll hear more about the athletes as and when we get underway.
Whatever you're eating, I want some of it.
See the gentlemen are underway. Just another mark to keep an eye out for. 8:50 is the British Championships entry standard. So we do hope a few more of these men can get under that time. But as you see in this first 200, they're not going to take any barriers. They're just going to slot in behind Christian Imroth. I think it's being paced at around that 8:30 mark by Christian. So we'll try and keep an eye out for those splits. But thank you very much, Sabrina, for joining us. Both of us are potentially a little bit out of our comfort zone with a steeplechase, but we'll do our best to help you out.
Daily.
As you can see, very early doors. We've got Christian has got into the lead there, and he's got with him for company in the blue vest. We've got Zach Seddon, as we said, has already got an Olympic qualifying mark, and Johnny Hopkins in his Swansea Harriers vest just out on the outside, and Ian Thomas in the black and red vest just to the inside of Johnny Hopkins there. And Chris Perry in the yellow vest there, and we often see this in the steeplechase. You've got to be really careful the pace you go with. It's so hard if that fatigue builds up too early to negotiate the barriers. And Chris Perry got a tough job there to decide whether he's going to stick on the back of Ian Thomas or whether he's going to run his own race. But Chris Perry is fantastic pacemaker. He's done some great pacemaking, both at the BMC events and other events this season already. So it's great to see Chris getting to do his own race. There they are, first time over the water jump, all negotiated smoothly. And it looks like Christian Imroth clipping off those laps at the front. Always good to have a pacemaker that is that good at hurdling, and I'm sure Zach Seddon is very happy with that. Zach Seddon just checking over his shoulder to see, is anyone else following this pace that Christian's giving us tonight?
Yeah, the guys are already spread out quite evenly. I think 2 of them are going off with the pacer. One was going with them, but has kind of hung off the pace a little bit.
All over safely.
No, absolutely, and it's a nice night. It's not windy.
No, it's perfect. It's not too hot, not too cold. Probably, just right conditions for the endurance lot.
And it's often the thing in steeplechase where people say, oh, you want to get a look at the barrier. You don't want to necessarily be in a big group if you don't have to be. So potentially, spreading out isn't as bad news as potentially it would be in a 3,000 metres flat or a 5,000 metres, because at least you're getting a look at the barrier. But you see Zach Seddon pulling wide with every barrier as well. Sometimes people can think it looks like they're surging, but it's just to get a look at the barrier. We can see it's Zach Seddon right on the back of Christian Imroth, with just Johnny Hopkins for company at the moment. But Ian Thomas hasn't let them go yet. I think he's running his own race slightly, but he's definitely within touch of this group.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't lost the front 2. He's just kind of hanging off it a little bit, so I don't know if that's just to keep an eye on the barriers.
See them. It's hard to tell the exact lap splits because of the inside water jump, but I'm going to place bets at around a 250 first K, which would be around 8:30. But we'll try and keep an eye on those splits for you. But it's just a great domestic race to have Zach, Johnny Hopkins and Ryan Thomas. And you're right, you called it, Sabrina. Ryan hasn't let them go. He has worked to get back onto those guys. So whether they're slowing or Ryan's sped up, I'm not quite sure. But we've got a great domestic race set up with those three at the front at the moment.
Yeah, we've actually got a secondary race behind them actually with Jay, and I'm not sure who else is in that, but yeah, so we've got 2, maybe 3 potentially good races going on there.
Yeah, you're right, Sabrina. How great that we can have that second group there. So I think we have got Chris Perry from Jay Rossiter in his signature orange shorts. Questionable, but he has stuck with them. I think we've got Will Battersill there as well. Will's a very good steeplechaser, spent many years in Harvard training out there, but is now based in Birmingham, does a lot of his training with Jay Rossiter. So it's a bit of a training group battle there. And for the first time we can see Ryan slightly dropping off that pace. We saw it potentially a few laps ago, but for me that is the biggest gap that Johnny Hopkins and Zach Seddon have opened up on Ryan so far.
Yeah, he's just dropped back quite significantly in literally the last 100 metres. And Jay seems to be making a move for the second pack to lead that.
And this is classic Jay this season, running a really sensible first mile of this race and then getting involved. And it looks like he's taken Will Battersill with him in that second group. And let's see if Chris Perry can rally and keep that group together. We look towards the front of the race. Christian Imroth has stepped off. It's left Zach Seddon in the lead. And if anything, it looks like when Christian Imroth stepped off, Zach Seddon's just put his foot down a little. He looks like he's pulling away from Johnny Hopkins at the moment. Looks like he's hurdling well. This could be a bit of a Zach Seddon show. Let's hope he's going to put on an exhibition. Zach has already got Olympic qualifying time, as has Phil Norman, who ran the 2,000 metre steeplechase here 5 or 6 weeks ago, just before running his own Olympic qualifying time. But we've got Zach Seddon just ahead of Johnny Hopkins. Ryan Thomas holding on to that third position well.
Oh, and Ryan Thomas has just stepped off the track.
It's a shame there to see Ryan Thomas step off, and he is grabbing his Achilles. Achilles is so problematic for so many athletes, never mind putting the steeplechase barrier in the way. So let's hope Ryan can get on top of that and we still see him in the British Champs in a few weeks. But if we look towards the front of the race.
So at the front of the race, Zach Seddon's managed to make a significant gap and is looking very strong coming into, I don't know how many times, but coming into the water jump. He's confidently making moves after every single barrier, I would say.
Yeah, no, Zach looks like he put in a big effort after Christian dropped out, just to kind of, it looked like it was almost conservative for that first mile, and then Zach's getting into his rhythm, into his running, and he looks full of running. I want to say this is going to be 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Zach Seddon through there in 6:15. So a 2:15 last 800, but still gives Zach that 8:30 mark, which would be a great mark for him. And it's inside water jump, so it's a short lap, so that could be possible for Zach. As you can see, his second group coming through. Will Battersill has moved past Chris Perry, with Jay Rossiter still just about holding on to Will Battersill and Chris Perry, but they put the hammer down a little bit in this last 2 laps as well. I'd say we would be looking for Will Battersill and Chris Perry to get under that 8:50. They'll be trying to get their qualification for the British Champs. So we see Zach Seddon coming through with 600 to go. It's just 600 to go for Zach Seddon. So he approaches this penultimate water jump. Zach Seddon's used to being in these races in Europe with big groups around him. I hope he's enjoying a bit more of an open track and a bit more of a free running of that barriers. Zach talked about it being really tough to get abroad and get travelling, and he was really grateful for this domestic opportunity to just travel to Birmingham to race. We see Zach Seddon with 450 metres to go.
Yeah, no, Zach looks so strong at the moment. He just keeps striding out, but he doesn't look like he's actually using any energy. I wish I looked like that while running. And he's just flying over the barriers now, whereas everyone else seems to be kind of running into them a bit more. He just literally just runs up and jumps over.
No, you're right. It's no stuttering there for Zach Seddon. So we can see Will Battersill has still held on to that third position now with Chris Perry. Just dropped Jay Rossiter a little bit. Jay Rossiter sitting there in 5th, but Zach Seddon, this is a quick last lap. And when you look forward to the British Champs, it's only 3 weeks away now. A big last K like this from Zach Seddon, is that what we're going to see from the British Championships? He's going to have Phil Norman for company there, but potentially practicing a few tactics there from Zach Seddon to see how quickly he can run in the last kilometre tonight. Zach Seddon with 100 metres to go and 1 barrier to go.
And he's just flying at the moment.
Safely over that last barrier for Zach Seddon. Always nervous for me watching these guys hit these barriers. But there we see an 8:28 from Zach Seddon. So that's a season's best for Zach Seddon, all on his own. Johnny Hopkins coming through with 30 metres to go. And I'll try and see if our statistician Johnny Curry can tell me if that's a track record. We think that might be a track record for Zach Seddon. So, and here we can see Will Battersill coming through. There we go. Will Battersill and Chris Perry under that 8:50. They've qualified themselves for the British Championships and given themselves another shot at a steeplechase in a few weeks. And Jay Rossiter coming through for 3rd place there from Liam Harris.
So I reckon that may be a PB for Will and Chris. And quite significant PBs at least about 6 seconds.
Yeah, and it's just great to see them working together there. As you can see, like I said, we've seen Chris do so much pacemaking for other people, so it's great to see him have that race for himself. I think Zach Seddon looked happy over the line. I can't tell, but we get so excited. We see these track records going over and over again. It's this domestic competition. We just seem to be able to draw really good domestic competitors to these competitions. And I know that steeplechase is building a strong tradition here in Birmingham. Race organiser Luke Gunn is an international steeplechaser, so he gets super excited whenever he sees these guys entered for these events.
No, it's nice to be able to see these races because very often at BMCs it's left out. So it's nice to have them to have an opportunity and for us to see them.
Absolutely, and that bit of organisation to get them all in the same place at the same time. Shame not to see Ian Thomas finishing. We do hope he's all right and that he can do the British Champs. But we are going to bring you an update on the men's triple jump results. So we have completed the 5th round for the 3 competitors we've got, and the furthest jump so far is Josh Woods with a 14.59. That is our outright leader from Joseph Gilks, who I can confirm is from Birchfield and Coventry, not the COVID club. I looked it up just in case. He's on 13.78 from round 3, and Massey Campbell has got his 13.43 from his first round. So these guys have got 1 round to go in the men's triple jump.
And the ice cream van, Dan's ice cream van, fruit pastels, Soleros, 99 flake.
Okay, so that was the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. So at 7:15, we will bring you the women's 800. So we may just bring you this start list for this quickly before we get distracted by any other field action or any other drama that's going on. So in this women's 800 metres, let's hope we do get these ladies to the start. We'll update you before the gun goes of who's made the start line and who's not. But on our start list, we have Annie Tester in lane 1 from Stroud and the University of Birmingham. We've got Elsa Palmer from Dorking Mole Valley and the University of Birmingham. Saskia Hutscombe, the under-23 from Hallishire and Durham University. She's a bronze medalist from the English schools. Has had a great domestic season so far, so we look forward to seeing Saskia run again. And also Indian King, the under-20 from Kettering. She PB'd here on the 12th of May to run 2:9.15, so we'll see if she can go a little bit faster tonight. In lane 4, we're going to have Cheska Brint from Sale Harriers and Birmingham University. She's at 800s, getting faster with every race, so we hope we have another season's best for Cheska tonight. We've also got Kira Brady-Jones, under-17 from Wirral. She had a real breakthrough in 2020, Kira Brady-Jones, despite COVID, and really seeing her cement that this season. I can't quite see her. Yes, I can. She is here, number 29. We have got Kira Brady-Jones. We've also got Tamsin McGraw from Amber Valley and Sheffield University. I think she's one of those athletes that's looking for the British Championship qualifying time of 2:08 tonight. That will be a target for Tamsin. We've got Iris Downs, under 17, who's already knocked 4 seconds off her 800 metre PB this year. She started that journey here at the University of Birmingham, chipped another little bit off at the Trafford BMC. Let's see if she can get a little bit more tonight. And also on the outside, we've got Ellie Farrow, the under 23 from the City of Portsmouth and Birmingham University, who's got 2 1500 metre PBs. But no 800 metre PB this season yet for Ellie, so hopefully she can do that tonight.
Yeah, we may actually see a little bit of a battle between Kira and Iris, because at the moment, Iris actually, she's ranked 4th under 17, and Kira is ranked 5th under 17, and it's very close between the two of them. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out too.
Yeah, a fantastic opportunity for those girls to mix it with the university athletes we've got here, the under-20s and the under-23s. But yes, it will be exciting to see the battle between those two.
At the moment for British athletics, it's the women's 800.
So the 12th of May, that was here. I want to say, yes, you're right.
Yeah.
Kira Brady-Jones was beaten by Indian King by 300.
Yeah.
It was a race we saw Mari Smith run 2.5, I think, and those two came 2nd and 3rd. So it'll be really interesting to see those two battle again. Just going to try and look at the pacemaking. All our pacemaking has been organised tonight by Dean Miller, who unfortunately is sitting out of quarantine at home. Can't be here to see the rewards of all his hard work on the coaching and the pacing front. So hello to Dean. We hope you're not too bored stuck in your house. But he has set up the pacemakers and he sent me a message telling me what they'd be running. So we've got Katie Hopkins in this race, 62 through the 400. So that would be really good, really nice pace for these ladies. It's not too fast. I think that should set them up really well for a race.
Yeah, no, it's got the potential to be a great race.
So we do look like we've got the full lineup. We've got Annie Tester as we move to the outside. So then from the inside, we've got Elsa Palmer. No, they have mixed up the order just to confuse me. We've got Elsa Palmer. 32 there on the inside is Iris Downs. From Indian Kings, testing me now, Saskia Huxham. We've got Kira Brady-Jones and Cheska Brint sharing a lane. Tamsin McGraw, Ellie Farrow sharing a lane with our pacer, Katie Hopkins. And Annie Tester as we move from lane 1 to lane 8.
On your mark.
You can see the ladies off there, and we've got Katie Hopkins. We'll do our best to get to the front, but the ladies have gone off pretty hard. I think we've got a really hard, really aggressive start there from Iris Downs, from Indian King, from Kettering there. They are, and Saskia Huxham as well. They really want to get after us, so Katie's going to have to move down the back straight to do it. But she's done it nice and smooth there from Katie Hopkins there to get to the lead. And we've got Cheska Brint settling into that second position as they come through 200. 28-29 for Katie, but she had to do that to get round the group.
Yeah, no, at the moment, Cheska's taken the lead and looking very strong. It is quite a quick pace, so hopefully they'll slow down a tiny bit to get to those 62s. Obviously, so far there's no obvious strains on anyone, but everyone's just looking very strong, settled in now. Everyone's kind of settled behind Cheska. And I think Cheska's just kind of coming up onto the shoulder of Katie, so I reckon Katie will step off now and kind of pushing on. So everyone's looking strong. There is no one kind of going out of the way. Cheska's still leading, and although it's kind of stretching out a little bit, we may have 3 that are kind of contending, although Saskia's not letting them go, and she's still looking very strong.
Yeah, so you see Cheska Brint really got after it in that first 200 to settle in behind the pacemaker, and they came through in a great 62, but that is Tamsin McGraw. She's done some great races here over the years, Tamsin McGraw. She's taken the lead with 600 to go, and to see if Cheska can slot in behind her, and she has, but it is these older athletes here really taking control of this race. Tamsin McGraw went hard to get that lead with 200 to go, but Cheska's coming back at her. You see Saskia Huxham staying involved, but she's going to get challenged by the other younger athletes behind her. So it's Tamsin McGraw with 100 to go. Can she hold off Cheska Brint? See Cheska Brint coming through, but we've also got Iris Downs there. I think Iris Downs with 32 on her chest. Indian King, it's Iris Downs versus Indian King for 2nd and 3rd. But it's Cheska for the win in 2.8 from Tamsin McGraw. From Indian King came through to that 2nd place, and with Iris Downs there for 3rd. But it was quite a clean race in the way that there wasn't a lot of pushing and shoving, and they all seemed to run their own pace. But interesting battle there with Tamsin McGraw going at 600 to go, but Cheska still coming back.
Yeah. No, Cheska definitely hanged on there and managed to come through at the end. So I hope she'll be pleased with that. But also, I mean, everyone did towards the end, so it was actually quite good. Hopefully we've got some good times out there.
No, it's a great competitive race, and we did have half an hour in that British Championship qualifying time of 2:08, which they were just outside, but let's hope there's enough space in them during the championships anyway. But we're going to try and bring you up to date with a few of the field events. So we do think the Javelin is starting soon, so we're going to show you the Open Javelin start lists. So you can see the athletes just warming up there on the far side of the track. So in the Open Javelin, we're going to have Ruby Smith, Abby Sutton, Oliver Atkinson, Alexander Clegg, Fenton Bishop Timmings, who I heard no one's seen it, became sixth at the English schools, and no one's seen him this year so far at the University of Birmingham. And he turned up and chucked a javelin this week and persuaded to enter today, so we're excited to see Fenton. And Ellie Rose Isaac, Amelia Atkinson, and Jamie Warman. Do we have a second? We have a second page as well. We've got Lillian Smith, Anna Montague, Alice Lineker, Amy Cook, Olivia Jones, Benji Pearson, Abigail Rickard, and Florence Bulk. So that's a big javelin field. So I expect that event to be going on for a while. And Evan Campbell in there as well after his high jump going over to throw the javelin. So we do have a lot of multi-eventers at the University of Birmingham. So they will. Great to see them all doing that. They've all done multiple events at every one of our Opens, which is fantastic to see such a large javelin field. Often it's hard to get domestic competitors, and it's hard to get that support for field events, but we have got that tonight. But we're going to bring you the start list for the men's 800 metres. So we've got Owen Hibbert from Deeside AC and Bristol Uni. We've then got Ben Patterson from Basingstoke and Loughborough University. So Ben took second place at the European Junior Championships behind University of Birmingham's Ollie Dustin. And also holds the under 13 600 metre national record. That's something I learnt today. But Ben Patterson's definitely one to look out for. He's already on 146 this season, so it'd be great to see how Ben goes tonight. We've got Tyler Billiard from the City of Norwich, Ethan O'Shea from Charnwood and the University of Birmingham, Luke Richardson from Bromsgrove and Redditch, Joseph Rogers from Hales Owen and Nottingham Trent University, Joe Blacknell from Aldershot, Farnham District and University of Birmingham, and Archie Rainbow from Peterborough and Neen Valley. I cannot see number 23 out there, Archie Rainbow, so maybe we've lost him.
Oh no, 23's there.
Oh, 23, he is there. Corrected by the cameraman. They've shuffled up the lane just to challenge me. We've got Christian Byron doing the pacing here, aiming for 52.
On your mark.
And that's it. We see a gentleman off the straight away, and they'll run this first bend in their lanes before peeling off into the inside. You see Christian Byron using all of his 400 metre strength to get well ahead of these guys, unlike we saw at Casey Hopkins in the women's race. Let's hope he slows down and helps Ben Patterson. But straight away, Ben Patterson has separated himself from that field. He saw Ollie Dustin ran a really fast season opener here a few weeks ago, so maybe Ben Patterson thought, I fancy a look at that track. It's a fast track. We believe he's racing in Watford as well at the weekend, so potentially doing that Wednesday-Saturday combination. Just to sort of, it's a different kind of training stimulus to run those races back to back. But Ben Patterson at the moment, very happy to sit behind Christian Byron there as they come through at 350.
Yeah, Ben's looking very strong at the moment, as I believe he's just about to pass Christian. And just, flying through. Looks like he's picked up the pace a little bit, as you'd expect. And the rest of the guys have just kind of settled into their own group. We've got Tyler Billiard there in second place from 22, Joe Blacknell. So they're really having quite a close battle in that chasing group. Yeah, so in the chase group, I think it is Hyder that's just gone past. But they're still spread out, but it's still, the race for second place is still up for everyone. They're holding on very strong. But I mean, it's Ben Patterson that's just flying around that bend.
No, we've got the Ben Patterson show. Thank you very much for not wearing your Loughborough University vest, Ben. But I think it was at 121 through 600 there for Ben. He is unchallenged as he moves into this last 50 metres, looking strong, and he's picked up his cadence again in that last 50, Ben Patterson. So it's all about the clock and Ben Patterson. Ben Patterson with a 1:48 on his own from Tyler Billiard there. From 21 is Joseph Rogers, and the rest of them pile in behind. So well done to those guys, and a nice smooth run from Ben Patterson. We wish him all the best if he's doing Watford later in the week as well.
Yeah, so I'm not actually certain what the second and third did, but I don't think they quite made it under 150, although that will probably be close to their PBs, so hopefully they've got some good times there.
No, it was an interesting battle there. So we had Tyler Billiard did most of the leading in that chase pack once they lost Ben Patterson down the track because he was just moving faster than everyone else. Tyler Billiard was leading. I think he relinquished that lead for a little bit, but then came back strongly in that last 100 metres to get that second place. So we are going to bring you the results of the 3,000 metre steeplechase. And we saw dominant victory like we just did from Ben Patterson, a dominant victory from Zach Seddon with 8:28, so that is a season's best. To win by 10 seconds and still get a season's best looks really promising as we look towards the British champs next in the next few weeks. And Johnny Hopkins there for second place with an 8:38 from Will Battershill, and like we said, Will Battershill and Chris Perry underneath that British Championship qualification standard of 8:50, so box ticks for those two. They can now work to prepare for those British champs and try and improve there. See the rest of the field finishing that race off as well. Did have 11 finishers, so well done to those guys. Again, like we said during the race, but really unfortunate to see Ian Thomas not finish, and we hope we can see him in the British champs. We've also got the women's 800 metre results to update you on. So a really well-timed victory from Cheska Brinch. Did a lot of the leading behind the pacemaker. Tamsin McGraw had a go at 600. She tried to shake off Cheska but couldn't do it. But both of them holding on well in that last 100 metres for 2:08 clockings. Indian King getting the best of the rest, just ahead of Irish Downs and Saskia Hudson. Kira Brady-Jones there with a 2:09. Ellie Farrow with a 2:09 as well. Annie Tester coming in 8th place, and Elsa Palmer. I think that's a quite big PB.
That's a massive PB from Elsa, over 5 seconds at least. And I also believe it was a PB for Indian King as well.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, PB Central really.
That's great to see, and yeah, hats off to Elsa Palmer. I think she's probably more in her comfort zone with a 3,000 and a 5,000 metres, but a 1,500 metres.
Yeah, good on her for going, especially a race like that. She really held her own, and yeah, to come away with PB, can't ask for more.
Absolutely. So next up on the track, we've got the women's 1,500 metres. So in this field, we're going to have Danny Hodgkinson from Birchfield Harriers and the Army. So Danny does a lot of running and competing really well for the Army, which I find very interesting. We've also got Steffi Pennycook from Leeds City and Edinburgh University. Really strong front-running victory at Sports City with a 16:11 in the 5,000 metres there. So I'm going to place my bets on Steffi Pennycook potentially pushing on when we lose our pacemaker. Curse the commentator, but I think Steph probably will, especially because she is probably one of the more experienced people in the field. Although saying that, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Emily does take it on, or she'll definitely give it to Steph. Yeah, no, we've got Emily Thompson in there as well from Banbury and the University of Birmingham. Slightly unfortunate mid-season injury for Emily, so this is her race back after that injury, if you like. So let's see if she can get some company there and they can move well as a group. We've also got Amelia Samuels from the Wolverhampton and Bilston Club, who ran a 4:23 at Sports City. That was her first race of the season. And she's a strong cross-country runner as well. So I think we've got her and Steffi Pennycook. I could see them pushing it on in the middle of the race, not leaving it to a sprint finish. We've also got Becca Johnson from Edinburgh Hare and Hounds. We've got Caitlin Shepherd, the under-20 from Cheltenham, and Ruby White-Wilding from Lewes and the University of Birmingham in there as well. We've got pacemaker Hannah Knights. I think Hannah is only going 600 metres tonight. So like I say, we're going to have to see how that unravels with the likes of Steffi Pennycook off her great 5,000 metres to see if she's willing to keep that pace moving once they get underway.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I reckon Steph will probably take it on. But there is a lot of good girls in that do like to front run, and they won't leave it down to sprint finish, as you said. And all of them are pretty much looking for a good time. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out.
Absolutely, and just going to try and bring you the men's 800 metre results. We think we've got a second before we haven't had the starters whistle yet, so hopefully we can whiz through them. We've got Ben Patterson took that dominant victory there in 1:48 from Tyler Billiard being the best of the rest and pacing his race really well for second place. You can just see the rest of the results on your screen, but they are also on the OpenTrack website. The link for OpenTrack website is below the stream on the YouTube video. You can have a look at all the results yourself and catch up on anything you might have missed. But we have had the starters whistle for the women's BMC 1,500 metres. here we are underway in the women's 1500 metre BMC race. So we have got some open 1500 metres later, but this is the BMC 1500 metres. And you can see Emily Thompson very happy to slot in straight behind the pacemaker. So we've got Emily Thompson in the red there behind our pacemaker Hannah Knight. You then got Steffi Pennycook in the lead city vest. From is that Danielle Hodgkinson there in third place? It might not be. We might not have the full field that we advertised for you. You've got Ruby White Wilding in the red vest there, but at the moment we've got Emily Thompson and Steffi Pennycook already.
I think that's just Becca Thompson that's sitting in behind Steph at the moment, so I'm assuming that Danielle isn't in the field.
We look like we've lost Amelia Samuels as well, so we're talking about that strong pushing on in the middle of the race. But Hannah Knight is doing a good job. They came through in 50 seconds there, which is 4:10 pace. And Emily Thompson is pushing it on.
Yeah, no, Emily is not really letting the pacer go. She just sat on her shoulder. I think she's just getting ready for obviously when Hannah steps out. And Steph's just sitting in behind. So it'll be interesting once the pacer goes.
It was a 68.
So it's a 68 first lap, so perfectly on pace and exactly what they want. And so Emily will probably be going for the under 23 time potentially, which is 4:14. Especially considering the fact that she had her mid-season off because of her Achilles. But I mean, I wouldn't say a break, as that absolutely hasn't faltered her at all.
No, and as we saw, we expected Hannah Knight just to do that 600 metres. She's done a fantastic job there. And now it's Emily Thompson in the lead. We thought it might be Steffi Pennycook with her 5K strength, but it's not. It's Emily Thompson. And we've also got Caitlin, I'm making up who's it, 68, apologies.
Becca Thompson.
Well done, thank you, Sabrina. So we've got Becca Johnson there in third place with those three. But Emily Thompson in the lead at the moment, and can Steffi Pennycook keep hold of Emily Thompson? But she looks strong. Let's have a look at this 800 metre split. See what's happened with Emily Thompson left on her own. 2:16, so that's another 68 for Emily Thompson. But has she judged this right? She has still got 700 metres to go.
Yeah, she took a little bit of a spur on at 800 to go, but the girls have not let her go. Which I would actually say is a very good thing, because it means that we're in for a good race, and hopefully Emily won't have to do all the work by herself. So just slowly but surely, Steph's catching her back up, and Becca's holding on really well. So she could be looking at a really big PB here.
No, and Becca Johnson looks really determined there. She keeps trying to get past Steffi Pennycook, and if anything, I think that's pushing Steffi Pennycook back to Emily Thompson with every 100 metres. But for the first time, we've seen Becca Johnson Steffi Pennycook's going to hold her off again. But Emily Thompson's holding the lead as these ladies come through to the bell. Through the bell in 3:08. So it's Emily Thompson in the lead from Becca Johnson, from Steffi Pennycook, and they came through the bell in 3:08. That is great running from these ladies.
Yeah, no, we've watched Becca go past Steph Pennycook. I mean, Emily is now slowly striding away. So all could have a very good time here. So just be interesting how it pans out. But I mean, Emily's literally powering down the back straight there. Steph is catching up Becca. So it's almost as if so they're powering through. And it's a massive race, so Steph's actually picking up the pace and gaining a bit of space on Emily.
Every time you think Steffi Pennycook is tired and you think she's going to get dropped, she comes back again, and that has got to be that 5K strength. And did Emily Thompson give too much too early? Emily Thompson has done so much leading. She pushed on the pacemaker when we had the pacemaker. She kicked when the pacemaker dropped out. And it's Emily Thompson with 80 metres to go, and Steffi Pennycook has judged this perfectly. Steffi Pennycook coming through for the win. It's totally different than her victory at Sports City, where she led everything. Steffi Pennycook leading when it matters, taking that win in 4:20 from Emily Thompson, and then a great third from Becca Johnson there. Or might have been a PB, well, maybe not, certainly a season's best for Becca Johnson. She's come in with a 4:29 season's best.
It was also a great run from Caitlin Shepherd, and I reckon she actually has a good chance of getting a PB there too.
Oh, that's great from Caitlin. Caitlin, she ran a lot of that race on her own, so it'd be great to see if she got close to that 4:30 mark. But Emily Thompson, she went for it. She would have been just outside her PB there, and just came unstuck in that last 120 metres. Like, we've all been there wishing it was a 400 metre race, a 1400 metre race.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely did all the work herself, bar the beginning with the pacer. But no, Steph just ran it a perfect race. You can't ask for more than that. Just perfectly timed when she kicked at the end, and the other two had nothing to respond, unfortunately.
I think that might be a small PB for Steffi Pennycook. We've got a PB of 4:20.93, and I think it was more like 4:20.1-ish. So that's great running from Steffi Pennycook. Yeah, not the race we expected. We thought Steffi was
Yeah, no,
one to
that's
push on.
definitely panned out differently than we expected.
Yeah.
But no, good on all of them. And hopefully they're all happy with their races.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure we'll see many of these athletes coming back again as we look towards the Watford BMC on Saturday. So a BMC double hitter for some of these ladies and gentlemen that we're seeing tonight. But the next race we have on track will be the men's 1500. If we'll just talk you through that start list. So we've got Daniel Cheeseman from the City of York and University of Birmingham. Matt Jackson from Liverpool Harriers, Will Perkin from Chiltern, Bath University and Thames Valley Harriers, so many clubs. Ben Bradley from Aldershot, Farnham District and St Mary's, Ben McMillan from Central, Joe Tuffin from Rushcliffe and University of Birmingham, Oliver Way from Ealing, Southall and Middlesex and Loughborough, Adam Peacock from the Brack Running Club, Oliver Smart from Tavistock Run Project, Jethro McGraw, we've just seen his sister run the 800 from Amber Valley and the University of Birmingham, and Will Strictly from the Wirral. So I'm pretty interested. This race has a whole load of guys with PBs on 4:44. We've got 1, 2, 3 guys with a PB of 4:44. The fastest PB in the field, just Ben McMillan with a 44 dead, which he set this year. So it might be interesting to see if perhaps Ben McMillan is the guy to beat with the fastest PB, and he's run it already this year. But it's a really close race, so I think it'll be quite interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah, similar to the girls 15 and both the 8s. We are in for a very good race. I mean, a lot of the guys haven't even opened their season, so it'll be really interesting to see how they're going to go, considering all of the problems we've had with COVID and training. But no, shaping up to be a good race.
Absolutely, and the guys are on that start line. They're right behind the lamppost. You were thinking that we similar scenes to the men's 400 metres where the guys were late for their start. I think we have got a full field hiding behind that lamppost. So this is the BMC, dramatic entrance from the guys at BMC Men's 1500 metres. So we've got Adam Day on the outside there. He's going to be pacing in 59 seconds. So 60 seconds would give you 3:45. So 59. If you can do that for a couple of laps, that will set these guys up for a good chance at a sub 3:45 clocking. So we've got Adam Day in the lead there, and straight away it is Ben McMillan there from the Central Club. You can see his yellow vest with the PB set this season of 3:44. So Ben McMillan, I don't know if he's come down from Central today or not. That'd be a big journey. Potentially comes down today if he has, for this and for Watford. But Joe Tuffin for company there in the red vest behind him, and also
Ben Brady that sat in behind them. So we've got a 3 race right from the start. So be interesting to see what these boys do.
No, Adam Day doing a great job, got himself into the lead through that 300 in 43, which is quite quick, but hey, you've got to get off the mark, you've got to get yourself running. But Adam Day running really evenly. Let's see what their 400 metre split is behind the lamppost. 58 we think there, so the field they're in 59. So to recap, we have got Ben McMillan there from Joe Tuffin from Ben Bradley. Joe Tuffin is the guy with the slowest PB there, he's on 3:48. We've got Ben Bradley on 3:44.11 from Ben McMillan on 3:44 dead. So Joe Tuffin, the guy running out of his skin right now with that top 3.
Yeah, and I believe in the second pack it's Oliver Way that's taken on the pace, although he's already made a gap on that group. So I'm not sure if he'll try and catch up the front pack, especially Ben, who's just fallen off the pace a little bit.
That's a good spot, Sabrina. We have got Oliver Way there. Yeah, he was in the pack. He was happy to be led through that pack. We've got Matt Jackson in the white vest there, was leading that chase pack. But Oliver Way in his Loughborough University vest, hunting down Ben Bradley. But it's Adam Day still pacemaking at the front from Ben McMillan and from Joe Tuffin. Joe Tuffin's looked great in training. It'd be great to see Joe Tuffin rewrite that personal best of 3:48. But they come through 800 metres in 1:59, so that is great running. We've got Ben McMillan taking up the running. Will he manage to keep himself and Joe Tuffin on this sub 3:45 pace as we move through? They're coming up to 600 metres to go in this BMC Men's 1500 metre race.
Yeah, no, Tuffin's just sitting off Ben at the moment, and I would say they're both looking very strong. But it'll be interesting to see how that pans out, considering Ben's taking on the pace. And then in between, the other Ben is in between the two packs at the moment. So they look like the second pack's actually catching them up.
Yeah, you're right. That's a really good spot again, Sabrina. You've got Ben Bradley there. He's doing well in no man's land, but he is getting chased down by Daniel Cheeseman and Jethro McGraw there as they come through with 4:50 to go. But at the bell, Joe Tuffin has gone round Ben McMillan. Joe Tuffin has gone early. He must be feeling, he looked good and he must be feeling good. But Joe Tuffin, he's kicked at the bell. Has he got this right? But we saw this with Emily Thompson in the previous race. 400 can be a long way. And Ben McMillan did do some of that early leading, but I don't expect him to let Joe Tuffin have it all this own way, but he might not be able to do anything else. So Joe Tuffin looks brilliant with 250 metres to go. And Daniel Cheeseman has really worked his way into third place. He's worked himself clear of the rest of the pack, with Oliver Way sitting in fourth place.
Yeah, no, it's Tuffin at the moment is looking like the clear winner. He's absolutely flying around the bend, and Ben has nothing to respond.
No, it has been a fantastic run for Joe Tuffin on his home track. He does all of his training here. I saw him practicing some sprints the other day. Even Tony Hadley, a 400-metre sprints coach, said, "Who's that?" So Joe Tuffin coming through with 50 metres to go. At the moment, he's got a PB of 3:48. Is that going to change in the next 30 metres or so? Joe Tuffin, cool, coming through the bell there, celebrates over the line. Ben McMillan there in second place. Daniel Cheeseman holding on for that third place there from Adam Peacock coming through in fourth. I think Oliver Way was fifth, maybe then Jethro McGraw. I can't quite pick out the rest of them, but what a well-timed run from Joe Tuffin there, and a huge personal best. I think that's going to be a 5-second personal best. So congratulations to Joe Tuffin. Bragging rights for the home athlete. We would always want it to be that way. A BUAC win on the BUAC track. The clock stopped at 3:45.02. So great run for Joe Tuffin.
Yeah, no, I think he'll be definitely very pleased with that one, especially in front of the home crowd.
So I think we're going to try and bring you up to date with the round one of the Javelin. So we had a lot of competitors in that round one. We had a lot of competitors in this field. So we've got round two written there. Okay, there's only been one round of round two, so this is pretty much everyone's first round throw. So you can see at the moment we have got a lead there from Fenton Bishop Timmins, out of retirement maybe. We haven't seen him throw yet this year. And Evan Campbell coming back from a great showing in the high jump for second place at the moment. Ooh, it's a PB for Evan Campbell, I'm being told, which is great. You see so far the rest of those throwers. So unsure, Benji Pearson and Oliver Atkinson might be a foul, they might not be here, because we've got a big field to try and keep on top of over there with the javelin throw. And we've also got the 1500 metre women's results. So it was Steffi Pennycook for the win there with 4:20, and we do think that is a PB. From Emily Thompson with 4:21, which is a season's, maybe not a season's best, but a post mid-season niggle season's best for Emily Thompson as she looks towards Watford and the under-23 championships next week. Rebecca Johnson ran a really aggressive and brilliant race there in third place, and we think she'll be rewarded with either an equal PB or I think it's just a PB.
Yeah,
1200 to a second of PB for Rebecca Johnson, so well done to her. Really stuck to her task there with Steffi Pennycook. A great run from the whole field. And the next race we have on the track is the women's steeplechase. That will be going off in the next 3 or 4 minutes. So we'll just talk you through that start list. So we've got Lauren Cooper. So Lauren's got a season's best of 10:34. So we'll see if she can get under that. She already has the British Championship entry standard, which is 10:40, which we will try and keep you up to date with that 10:40 timeline, because that will be relevant for a few of these ladies. We've also got Maisie Grice, fresh from representing Great Britain at the European Team Championships, and with half an eye on the under-23 European standard of 10 minutes dead. So she's on 10:12 so far this season for Maisie, which is a PB. We've also got Gemma Kersey, who's in her first season at 3,000 metre steeplechase. She ran 10:33 at the Manchester Invitational and said she felt easy. So it'd be fun to see Gemma attack it a bit more and see if she can rewrite that PB at 10:33. We've also got Yaz Ostridge, who ran a PB at Loughborough with 10:45, and Lucy Jones. We'll be looking for that British British Championship standard of 10:40, and Lauren Hall in her second 3,000 metre steeplechase, she did a 10:21 at the BMC in Sports City. And as a pacemaker, we've got Kate Seary, who's fresh off her Welsh record from this BMC at Sports City. Kate using this a bit of a training session, I think, to go that little bit faster to try and help Maisie as she looks forward to doing a 3,000 metre steeplechase later in the season. But great to see a domestic field in this steeplechase here at the University of Birmingham. It's often hard to get more than those 4, 5, 6 people together in a steeplechase. There have been some really disappointing years where we've seen as fewer competitors as that in the British Championships. To have that many in an open is really great. We hope a few of these ladies can tick off that qualifying time for the British Championships that don't have that already.
Yeah, no, for the steeplechase, it's a really hard one. Very often you do find you're only having maybe even 3 people in a race, and very often you have totally different times. So hopefully some of these girls can really pull each other to get some quick times. And it'll be exciting to see what happens. I mean, as we well know, Maisie is absolutely flying at the moment. So hopefully she can get to that 10 minutes. Gemma Kersey is also running very well. She did really well last year as well. And yeah, I don't think there's many people on here that isn't currently running in probably some of their best forms.
No, absolutely, and I think it's such a tough event, and it is intimidating, but I love to hear about people debuting it and people having a go. I think it's brilliant that you can run a 1,500 metre steeplechase at English schools. You can work up those distances and prepare yourself for 3,000 metres. You can see the ladies outside on the back straight. The officials will be checking all the barriers to make sure they've been lowered. So we do need that lower height for the women. But before we turn our attention to that steeplechase, we're going to bring you the men's 1,500 metre result. So we did see a really dominant victory for Joe Tuffin in that race with a over a 4 second PB. So he's really slashed his PB there from 3:48 all the way down to 3:45. And Ben McMillan there, not with his season's best, but he did do a lot of the work in the middle of that race. And Daniel Cheeseman running a really well judged race to get that 3rd place from Adam Peacock. And you can see the rest of the field finishing off the results there for us. Just to remind you, you can head to OpenTrack to see all the results on there, especially for the field events, because we're unable to keep you totally up to date with the scorecards there. Yeah, we're going to bring the conclusion of the triple jump, because I think we hadn't shown you the scorecard for the last round of that. So yeah, a slight improvement there from Josh Woods from BUAC to 14:62. And Joe Jilks, I feel, was in 3rd place for some of it, but is now in 2nd place with a 13:78. And Masai Campbell from Birchfield with 13:43. So well done to those 3 for competing the triple jump. We have got an open triple jump that is going on. You can see it in the background. Also, this large field in the javelin throw. They'll be going for another 40 minutes or so. We'll try and keep you up to date with those. But here are those women we had for the 3,000 metre steeplechase. Just to remind you, the field, and they're not lined up in the exact. I think we have lost Lauren Cooper. I can't see Lauren Cooper on the inside. They might have changed order though. The full field might be Lauren Cooper, Maisie Grice, Gemma Kersey, Yaz Ostrich, Lucy Jones, Lauren Hall, Maya Todd McIntyre, Georgina Russell, and India Weir. We have only got 8 starters, but we only had 9 on our list, so spot the difference.
So we're off. In the women's steeple, Lauren Cooper, Maisie Grice.
We've got Kate Seary on the outside there, wearing the white vest with the long blonde hair. So Kate Seary has eased into the lead there, and straight away got Maisie Grice slotting into 2nd. We talked about Maisie Grice maybe hunting down that under 23 standard, which is 10 minutes dead, which would be 80 seconds for your 400 metres. But we have got that slightly shorter lap. This first lap will be 400 because they haven't taken the water jump. So let's see how the metronome Kate Seary is doing tonight. When we come through that first 400 metre split.
Yeah, I was about to say that we probably don't even have to look at the clock because we know Kate is the perfect pacer for anything. But yeah, no, Maisie's literally stuck on. Although the group hasn't lost her at the moment, they just slowly clawed their way back. But yeah, over the first barrier.
Kate Seary was one of our pacemakers at the European Cup championships we had here on Saturday. So I think she went about 2.5, 3K pacemaking there, and now back pacing over the barriers. You can see the ladies have started jumping the barriers. And we've got Lauren Cooper there, I think, in the white and grey, has just eased herself into second place. And Gemma Kersey, like I said, she said maybe she went off too easy in her first full 3,000 metre steeplechase. She was nervous, she wanted to run it well, but felt like she left a little bit too much in the tank. So you can see they've come through a little bit slower than that 80 seconds on that first lap there. But potentially I'm prescribing that 80 seconds. It might not be quite what Maisie and her coach Bob Bordaro have planned. You see Kate going over that water jump with Maisie for company in that first water jump negotiated by all the ladies. You see Gemma Kersey going into second place there from Lauren Cooper.
Yeah, no, Maisie's just stuck behind Kate, which I would expect, considering we know how perfectly pacing Kate can be. Gemma did manage to catch up Maisie, but over the water jump, I think she just lost her a bit. Although that gap is not massively increasing at the moment, there is a gap, and we'll see how that proceeds if anyone decides to go and catch her up again.
Yes, apologies, I got my Laurens muddled up. So we have got Lauren Hall there in second place with Gemma Kersey and number 66, which is India Weir. So it is Lauren Hall from India Weir, from Gemma Kersey, and then Lauren Cooper in the green vest from Lucy Jones, Yaz Ostrich, and then a Southampton vest. I think we've got Georgina Russell in there as well, but it is Kate Seary still pacemaking, Maisie Grice. Maisie there, like we said, our GB representative at the European Team Championships, is coming through, completing her second lap there. I feel like but pretty much bang on pace there with a 2:43 through 800. So very good pacemaking there from Kate. And hopefully Maisie can just relax and conserve some energy for the latter half of the race. We saw that with Zach Seddon really pushed on in the second half of the race. You can see Maisie negotiating those water jumps really well. She's done this event for many years. You can almost see her pulling wide and being smoother over that water jump than Kate, who is in her first season in steeplechase. But Kate's still doing a great pacemaking job. So you can see 66 there, Indian Weir, the under 23. We've got Princeton University down there, so it'd be interesting to see what India Weir does here. We probably don't know that much about her, but India Weir looking good in that second place, and she's just overtaken Lauren.
Yeah, no, Lauren's just kind of sitting on her shoulder at the moment. I did think for a second that she was going to overtake her, but I think she's decided to sit in, and then we've got the rest kind of lining up behind. There is a gap, but they haven't quite lost them yet. And all of them looking pretty strong. Gemma may be losing the group a tiny bit, but it's hard to say.
You can see Maisie just going past Bud there. Bud's her coach. He'll be cheering her on and giving her instruction as they move through 3 laps of being negotiated by these two at the front. And we see how long Kate Seary can hang in there and help out Maisie Grice. But for the first time, that looks like the most substantial lead we've seen Maisie Grice have over the rest of the field as they take this water jump for the third time. I've probably lost count, but you can see there again Maisie just popping out of it. She is very used to negotiating that water jump, but she slots back in behind Kate. As we saw in the men's race, sometimes these athletes are drifting wide to get a really good look at the hurdle so they don't have to stutter. So potentially that's what we've got Maisie doing on that water jump there. You can see Lauren Hall overtaking India Weir. Maybe they're working together, taking 1 lap each, but it is Lauren Hall in that second place, but it's all changing. They've also got Lauren Cooper for company there, and Lucy Jones has moved up past Gemma Kersey in that chase pack.
Yeah, Maisie's just completely, and Kate of course, have managed to open up that gap a lot. They're both looking very strong, although Kate is the pacer. And the second group keeps changing a lot. Every time I think there's a gap opening, it comes and closes again.
Yeah, it's really competitive in that second group. As you can see, Kate Seary slightly opening up a gap on Maisie. Maybe this is where we're going to see Kate Seary stepping aside if she's done her last few laps. I think that was 4 laps for Kate at the moment. Some great hurdling at she's much under. Let's get my words out. She's way under her PB pace here, Kate. So she's trying to negotiate these hurdles just to set this pace for Maisie, but she's doing that really well. She comes over the water jump again. Let's hope Maisie can close up. That's it, perfect. Maisie can close up on Kate and really use Kate's help as we see Kate step off after that water jump. And now it's Maisie Grice on her own versus the clock.
Yeah, going back to that second group that we can just see coming around the bend. So I think is that Lauren Hall at the front, then from India Weir, and I think Lucy's just dropped off the pace, but is still holding on quite strong. And Maisie's just coming through past the start line and is looking very strong. And the gap is about, would you say, 40 metres maybe?
Yeah, we saw some great hurdling there from Maisie. You're right, we've got Lauren Hall from India Weir, from Lauren Cooper, and Lucy Jones just behind those guys. Lucy will be one of those with an eye on that 10:40 qualifying mark for the British Champs. I think those other three athletes do have that ahead of her already, so they're potentially just looking for season's best and PBs in that second, third and fourth position. Lauren Hall on only her second 3,000 metre steeplechase. Can she get another PB as she opened with a 10:21? But Maisie Grice, look at that hurdling. You can see the experience in that athlete. She's hurdling really well and just pushing on all on her own in front there, Maisie. It can be a lonely long slog doing these barriers, but hopefully she'll be buoyed by the crowd and the nice conditions and having a good sight of the barriers. But we saw Maisie run the 2,000 metre steeplechase here 5 or 6 weeks ago, and she ran herself into 10th place in the all-time list on the 2,000 metre steeplechase. And she is translating that well over the 3,000 metre distance. But let's see what she's on for today. It's hard for us to tell with the inside water jump quite what pace she's on, but this is 2 laps to go for Maisie Grice.
Yeah, Maisie's still looking very strong. To be fair, we know she's running very well at the moment. But no, it'll be interesting to see what time she can do today. And if anyone can do a front run by themselves, it will be Maisie. And I believe that, it'd be Lauren Cooper just past Lauren Hall. And India's still holding on to them.
Yeah, Lauren Cooper, I feel like she did this at Loughborough International as well. Really big push in the last kilometre. So Lauren Cooper kind of cementing that race tactic there and looking good for that second place. But Maisie came through 2 laps to go in 7:27. Bang on 10-minute pace would be 7:20, but that would be with an outside, that would be running in lane 1, not cutting off that bend as she is with the water jump. So if Maisie can lift that pace ever so slightly, she might be on for a PB. At the moment she's got a PB of 10:12. Let's see if Maisie can chip away at that PB. She comes into her penultimate water jump.
Yeah, Maisie's looking very strong, especially on those water jumps. I don't think anyone has it down as much as she has at the moment. And she's just coming towards almost her last lap. Although I can't say for certain, but I'm not sure if that gap's opening or not. It's staying roughly around 50 metres, but that may just be due to Lauren Cooper's surge to overtake the other two.
Yeah, I feel like Lauren Cooper, Lauren Hall and India Weir are operating at sub-PB pace there. We saw Maisie Grice come through the bell in about 8:52. The other ladies through the bell now. They all go into this last lap.
Yeah, I think it may be a battle between the Laurens. As much as Lauren Hall is a little bit behind, that gap's not massively opening up. But it's all down to Maisie. Maisie's just flying through this. And I definitely reckon she's picked up the pace.
Maisie kicking it in here. She goes past her coach again. She's coming to 200 to go. And Maisie with 200 to go with that inside water jump, the clock at 9:32. I do think she will be outside that 10 minutes, but she's still on for a PB. A 40-second 200 metres would give her a PB. She looks like she's lifting, but this is a tough event. And that was well done on tired legs there for Maisie. I think that's the first time we've seen her falter into a water jump this whole race, which shows you something about the form and technique she can bring to this event.
And it's just another push from her. I think, you can see every about 10, 20 metres, she just pushes on a bit more. And this is coming straight into the sprint and hopefully into a PB.
Keep an eye on that clock, 10:12 PB, and there we go, a nice 3 seconds off her PB.
Yeah, and sub 10:10.
A lot of solo running there for Maisie, and that was a great run from her. And she is an under 23, and we can see Lauren Cooper second place in 10:20, Lauren Hall just outside her brand new PB, but a great run. And India King with a 10:26, India Weir, getting. So I didn't have a 3,000 metre mark down for India Weir, so that might be a debut on that distance. But Lucy Jones coming in under that 10:40 as well for that British Championships entry standard.
Yeah, so I reckon it will be a PB for Lauren Cooper, just around about the PB for Lauren Hall, and it could potentially be a PB for Lucy Jones as well, which I know she'll be very pleased with.
Yeah, so we've got the advantage of a slight, and Yaz Ostrich just coming through to finish there as well. We've got delayed screen. I think, yeah, it would have been around a 10:20 for Lauren Cooper. Her PB is 10:27, was 10:27, and season best of 10:34. So that's a big improvement for Lauren Cooper there. So congratulations to her, and great to see Lauren Cooper, Lauren Hall, and India Weir working together. And if that is a full 3,000 metre debut for India Weir, managing to do that in about 10:25 is very impressive. I'm sure we'll see a lot of those ladies back in a few weeks to tackle the British Championships, and potentially a few in Bedford in the next few 10 days' time as well for the Under-23 Championships. Might see Maisie Grice, India Weir, and Yaz Ostrich doing that race in Bedford as well. We've still got our final competitor out there on track. I think it's Georgina Russell from Southampton and Charleston. I think this might be a 3,000 metre steeplechase debut as well for Georgina Russell. So great to see her getting this event under her belt for the first time.
Yeah, we're just hearing the claps down the home straight, just kind of cheering her on and supporting her over the last barrier.
And well then done there to Georgina Russell. It's always interesting. Potentially she has run a 1,500 metres or a 2,000 metre steeplechase, maybe as a junior or maybe in preparation for this, but to tick off that first 3,000 metre steeplechase is a big deal.
Yeah, no, I mean 3K on its own is pretty tough on its own. So yeah, add barriers and water to that. It's I've hats off to the girls, and I think it was a real testament because afterwards all the girls were on the floor spread out. So no, it's a real toughie. So hopefully everyone's happy with their races.
Yeah, absolutely. It's no joke, the 3,000 metre steeplechase, but well done to those guys. As we see Evan Campbell there, he's already thrown a PB in this javelin competition, we think. So Evan Campbell on the runway at the minute with the javelin. We will bring you a results update on this javelin once we've seen Evan's throw. I know very little about javelin, but that's further than I would throw it.
Yeah, I was about to say that's massive, but I have no idea.
It's all relative, isn't it? So we will bring you up to date with that javelin so far. So you can see Benji Pearson has jumped way up the leaderboard there with a 62.26. I think maybe he had a no mark in the first round, so we didn't see his potential. But a big lead there for Benji Pearson, the Wolves athlete. From Fenton Bishop Timmings on the same mark that he was in the previous round. As you can see, the rest of the field there. That's where we're sitting on round 3 so far of this open javelin. 3 rounds left to go. Great to see such a big field out there. It's nice warm conditions, and I hope they're having a good time hanging out doing the javelin together. But next we will move to the open 800 metre races. In the first open, we've got a lot of athletes milling around down there. So we think in this first heat we will have Madison Farley from Wolverhampton, Mia Fanton from Tipton, Joel Cartwright from Royal Sutton Coldfield, Martha McGowan from Stoke, Ben Marsh from Tipton, Maya Woodward from Tipton, Ava Kine from Wolves, Sophie Banks from Tipton, Sam Ball from Wolves, and Holly Graham from Tipton. So it's pretty much Wolves and Bilston versus Tipton massive.
Yeah, no, it is. It'll be a real battle, and we've got numerous PBs in the 230s. I think the fastest is Madison, who has 222. But no, it'll be interesting because, yeah, with all close PBs, hopefully we'll be in for a good race.
Yes, I've got with my cheat sheet from Dean Miller, our pacer coordinator, we've got Maddie Maestro going through in 71 for 400. So that'll be bang on that PB pace for Madison Farley, but I think sub-PB pace for the rest of them. But I think there's going to be some intra-club battles going on there between the Tipton athletes and potentially between the Wolves athletes. But I'm also sure these athletes will be used to racing each other in local cross-country, local road relays. I'm sure they'll be wanting to beat the competitors from their rival clubs as well.
Yeah, I've probably assumed that most of them are training partners, so hopefully they'll know how each other operates. But I actually find that makes the races more interesting because you know what your training partner prefers, whether they like to front run or push it at the end. weekend. So, no, it'll be good.
Yeah, and what a nice scene to see all those athletes there getting called up to their heats. I think this is something we've missed. So that to me, that just looks like open athletics, doesn't it? You could be at Watford Open, Tipton Open, Trafford Open, all milling around, getting assigned your lanes and assigned your races.
Yeah, no, it's really nice to see, especially because I haven't really seen any younger athletes for a long time. With COVID, you kind of stick to your training group, and very often you're just seeing your closest friends. So it's nice to see the COVID hasn't affected the younger ages too much.
No, you're so right, Sabrina. I think like the effort that clubs have put in around the country to keep their young athletes engaged. I've loved hearing stories. It's everything from doing Zoom calls to setting mini competitions within your group, even if you can't see each other. And some clubs have said it's brought their junior group closer together, potentially been less distractions, less clubs, less other stuff to pull them away. But it has galvanised them a little. So let's hope that's more the case than us losing a lot of those athletes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And just kind of realising that how the benefits that running brings to it. Normally you have to decide athletics when you come to university. So maybe that's the other thing, is that it'll kind of bring a love and passion to the sports where people have had to really stick at it.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see we have got the camera on the Javelin, which is great because that is our live action. We are trying to bring you as much of the field events as possible, but we have got this first heat of the 800, which we will turn our attention to once we've had this throw. Got a BUAC vest out there. My eyesight isn't good enough to read the vest number and tell you who it is. You see that is number 368 there for BUAC. Launching the Javelin. I think they're in their fourth round, but we have got this first round of the 800 metre open. So this is largely an under 15, under 17, one under 20 woman on the outside affair. But like Sabrina said, great to see some young athletes back there racing in this open.
On your mark.
So we've got Cartwright, Graham, McEwen, Marsh.
Suffolk, nice big field as well. We had that weird time when we could only have someone in every other lane running the whole race on their own. But off they go already, and on the inside there, I think we've got a fast start there from Joel Cartwright, the Royal Sutton Coldfield athlete. Potentially want to separate himself from the Wolverhampton and Tipton battle that's going on. And Maddie's going to have to put her foot down to go get past him, but she has. So good job there for Maddie. Let's see what she comes through the 200 in. Going to be a little bit quick, but she had to do that to get past the fast starting Joel Cartwright there, Royal Sutton Coldfield.
Yeah, I did think she was going to have a battle against him for a second. And we've got one of the girls, can't quite tell which one at the moment.
I think it is a Wolves and Bilston vest, so we can take a punt that it might be Madison Farley with the fastest PB in the track, so on the field. So in the field, so Madison Farley maybe, but we'll try and confirm that. Is that 186? Yep, that is Madison Farley there. Has worked herself back up to Joel Cartwright and Maddie Maestro there, our pacemaker, wearing the Soar pacemaker vest and making it look very good. As she comes through, it's under pace. She comes through in 69, but she had to do that because Joel Cartwright wanted to get after this. Joel Cartwright we've got down as a 228 PB, but he looks to rewrite this today, and Madison Farley getting a lot of help here from Joel Cartwright. If Madison can just tuck in there and take a ride, she could be on for a really fast time as well.
Yeah, no, they're both looking extremely strong at the moment. So Joel's taking it on, but Madison's just sitting in there and is, looking very strong. I reckon that we'll have a good sprint finish between these two.
Who's your money on, Sabrina? 220 to go. Who are you going to have, Joel or Madison?
I'm going to have to say Madison, but I may be a little bit biased as a girl because I always want the girls to beat the guys.
It is, I think Sabrina could be right here. We can see Madison Farley from Wolverhampton and Bilston. Oh, she went round Joel Cartwright, but he's rallied a little bit. Let's see, this could be a big last 150 from these two. 150 is Madison Farley in the lead from Joel Cartwright. They come through to 100 to go, and if anything, Madison Farley has extended that lead. I think she's timed this really well, Madison Farley, pushing all the way to the line. At the moment, she's got a PB of 222. I think she's going to be round about exactly on that PB there, Madison Farley. So great running from her. Great to take the victory from Joel Cartwright. And a strong finish there for Martha McEwen of City of Stoke there. 229 Tipton Harriers. Ooh. quick sprint through the field there late from 2:30. I haven't got 2:30. Sam Ball, the under 13 lad, took a good few scalps in the last 20-30 metres there.
Yeah, I pretty much could say for certain that Joel got a PB there, which is very impressive considering he took it on and gave it to the pacer. And I also reckon that Martha has got a massive PB as well, which is what we like to see.
Yes, all about the PBs that are open at this time of the year. We can cheat and use a slow-mo replay. Probably still not going to help us. we've got an iPad that's slightly behind us, but it's slightly lagged behind the stream, but it's probably not going to help us pick out all those runners. But great to see some racing there, and hats off to Joel Cartwright for really pushing on that pace. He knew he was capable of something fast tonight, so he challenged the pacemaker to go faster, and then led Madison Farley through 600, but she took over and pushed on in that last 200 to time it really well. So we're going to bring you an update, the women's triple jump. We're up to round 4 in the women's triple jump. You can see on there at the minute we've got Georgina Scoot in the lead with 11:48 from Kelsey Sutherland with 10:83 from Kirsty Nelson. So those guys, we think they have another 2 rounds in the women's triple jump to go. We're also going to bring you the 3,000 metre steeplechase results. We saw that victory in a PB for Maisie Grice of 10:09, a second place from Lauren Cooper, who judged her last 800,000 metres really well to run quite a big PB of 10:20, we think down from 10:27. Lauren Hall in her second 3,000 metres, 10:23, and India Weir, we think a PB as well there, and Lucy Jones with the season's best and a personal best.
I reckon that's a massive personal best for Lucy, so she's going to be very pleased with that. At least about 5 seconds, I reckon.
Oh, great running there from those ladies. So we look towards this second heat of the 800 metre in our open races. In this race, we're going to have Lily Saxton, Bella Phantom, Jessie Walker, James Rhodes, better known as photographer extraordinaire, ghosts as an 800 metre runner sometimes, and he's doing that now, Ben Lucas, Timon Burford, Michael Banks and Ellard Gibson. And we've got Shreyas pacing on the outside there in his Soar Pacer vest.
On your mark.
And they're off, and we think Shreyas has been asked to run 61.62. We've got a spread of PBs, and the fastest in the field is James Rhodes with a 2:06 that I think he ran here at one of the other opens. So he spends most of his time with his camera in his hand. I'm not sure what he does for a warm-up, probably a few more pictures. But he ran a really well-timed PB, I think, here for the 2:06. Paced himself really well. Looks like he might be doing that again. He's in the yellow vest. Back in about 7th place at the 6th place, 5th place. Yellow vest, though, moving around the outside is James Rhodes, who I think has the fastest PB in the field. But we've also got Ben Lucas from Tipton. We've got a 2:07 down next to his name, and Timon Burford with a 2:07 as well. So it could be really competitive. But Shreyas doing the leading at the moment as they come through the first 300 metres in around about 46. So right on pace for that 61.62 that Shreyas has been asked for.
Yeah, you can just see James just coming around. I reckon he's probably doing perfect pacing, and he's absolutely flying at the moment. And actually Michael Banks is doing really well, and he's actually got a PB of 2:05, so it'll be a really interesting battle between him and James as they kind of start pulling away from the rest of the field. Although I say Michael's just kicked again, and although James is not letting him go.
No. I think, maybe Michael Banks heard me discredit him. He is the guy with the fastest PB in the field, but you can see James Rhodes again rallying with 2:50 to go. So at the moment we have Michael Banks of Tipton from James Rhodes, and Ben Lucas is that Tipton vest behind. We've seen some big finishes from the Tipton athletes in this track already this season. Can Ben Lucas join that group? The under-17 hasn't let these two go. So we've got Michael Banks in the lead from James Rhodes. They move through with 1:20 to go. Has Michael Banks timed this right? The under-20, he looks good. He's kicking again.
Very good. Yeah, he's kicked again. Although James did pull it back a tiny bit, but I think it's going to go to Michael. Oh, and a massive finish here. I'm not actually sure who it's
2:22. Timon Burford for BUAC. Timon Burford's going to all the way to the line. Oh. James Rhodes holds on to that second place from Timon Burford, but it was a victory for Michael Banks for the win. And I think the clock stopped at 2:05.32 there for Michael Banks. So that'll be in right about his PB, I think. So looks very happy with his victory as well. Nice to see a bit of a fist pump, but what a finish from Timon Burford. He went flying past Ben Lucas, but he couldn't get past James Rhodes, who held on for that second
that
race.
was a fantastic finish. So fantastic that I forgot to watch the first person. But yeah, no, good on James for holding on. But no, hopefully, would that be a PB for
Timon Burford? I think we've got him. I think it was roundabout bang on a PB for Timon Burford, James Rhodes, and Ben Lucas might have been a tiny bit outside of that, but they were all roundabout that spread from 2.5 to 2.8. But some great racing from the guys. And well done to Michael Banks. He led from gun to tape if we don't include the pacemaker. So really, really strong run from him.
that was a brilliant run from him. And every time James came back at him, he just kept kicking on. So no, it was a really good race.
Great racing as well. That's what you like from an open. I think sometimes people say if you put a pacemaker in it, it's not going to be a race. But
no, that is definitely. I think it makes it more fascinating because no one's had to lead it from the start and is too tired. But no, to be fair, I know we said it a lot this evening, but it's just nice to see the racing. And yeah, it's good to be back.
Yes, it is. So we move towards this third and final Open 800 of the evening. This should be our fastest on paper. Yeah, this should be the fastest race, if you like, the A race. So in this race, we're going to see Sam Davey, Harry Cunningham, Lewis Carr, James Marshall. It is James Marshall. He's a blast from the past, blast from the BUAC past. James Marshall, Daniel Euler, Alex Leon, Oliver Johnson, and Sandy Hull. And they've got Adam Day out there pacing in 54 to 55. You just see James Rhodes lying on the track. Oh, he's alive. He's got to take some photos. Get up, James. So we can see these guys off. This is our fastest heat in the Open 800. You see Adam Day on the outside there. I think he was joined by maybe Sam Davey out there on the outside. I think I clocked that 191 on the outside. But certainly one runner has really stuck on Adam Day here. Really keen to get this pace going. Let's have a look at the 200-metre split. Is 27-ish, so it's not too fast. It's not faster than they asked for, but it has already blown the field away. You can see that second place there is that Loughborough vest of Alexander Leon there, the the senior there from the Loughborough University is in second place at the moment, leading the rest of the athletes.
Yeah, no, so Adam's just kind of taken it through. No one's decided to go with the pacer other than Sam. And to be fair, he looks very strong at the moment as Adam just steps out. He's just kind of gone round. And yeah, we've got the Loughborough guy in second. So I'm not going to lie, happy that someone's leading them at the moment, if I'm allowed to say that.
We can say what we want. And we see it's all about Sam Davey at the front. Sam Davey striding out with 250 to go. I think we've had Sam Davey at one of these opens before. I recognise that running style and I recognise that guts as we let 600 to go, 124. So I've got Sam Davey down. We've got a 154 next to his name. Whether that was his target today or his PB, I'm not sure. But he's definitely going to take the victory in this fastest A race of the Open. We had some BMC 800s, but this is the fastest of our Open 800s. And Sam Davey, the Worcester AC athlete, is miles ahead. You can see Brighton Phoenix there. You can see Ollie Johnson there in second place with his Brighton Phoenix vest, being challenged on the inside by Sandy Hull, but it was a victory for Sam Davey there. Sam Davey for the win. Ollie Johnson there for second. From the Central athlete, Sandy Hull there in third. So well done to those guys. And you can see a 153 on the clock there for Sam Davey, which was under the 154 we have on that list. Like I say, we might have you put down what you think you can run, but either way, he got it very right because he ran a 153.
Yeah, no, I mean that was a fantastic run from him because he, other than the pacer, he led it from gun to finish. And that was a brilliant race because I did think for a second that the rest of the field would catch him up, but he just kept flying past. And also, I'm sure Ollie would be happy with coming second, and he managed to take that sprint finish over that second group, which was a big pack.
Yeah, right. Sam, it was almost two. It was two races.
Yeah.
Sam Davey got right on the pacemaker and pulled away. And yes, you're right. Then a sort of tactical victory there behind there for Ollie Johnson there, taking that second position, but winning that sprint finish.
We've got some results from the triple jump. A very difficult event, but nonetheless, it didn't stop Massey.
So, well, that was very exciting. 3 800-metre races there. It was great to see athletes making the most of these opportunities. Sam Davey clearly wanted to run fast. We saw that with Joel Cartwright as well in the very first race. He didn't get the victory, but he was here to run fast. So it was great to see those athletes getting out there behind the pacemakers. Then we did talk about these SOAR vests that the pacemakers are wearing. These have been donated by SOAR, who've also sponsored the stream. So a big thank you to SOAR for both the vests and the stream. And we hope those of you watching at home have enjoyed it. We have got the chance to have spectators here today, which has been lovely, but always good to have people tune in from home as well. But we will turn our attention to the 1500-metre opens. That's what we've got coming next. But we'll try and bring you the start list of so we have Heat 1 of the Open 1500. We're going to see Bethany Walker from Tipton, Evie Tromans from Tipton, Lucy Tate-Harris, Beth Sykes, Naomi Stranitz, I'm going to butcher it, Starinsky, no, Ronnie Reed, Maddie Malstrona, here she is pacing, I was going to say, she's just paced, Rosie Kind, Tyler Kendrick, Abby Hancock, Luke Bailey, Sarah Dudley, Ava Cartwright and Beth and Eve Homer. And I apologise for my inability to pronounce that surname, it's too hard for me.
You did a better job than I would do, so don't worry.
Yeah.
The women's high jump saw Natalie Saylor jump.
Naomi from Wenlock Olympians. Wenlock, yeah, with the home of the modern Olympics. We've got this field, we've got quite a spread of qualifying performances. On our sheet, it's called qualifying performances. We're unsure whether that's their target time or their PB. We've got quite a spread of times there. Everything from 4:45 to 5:35. So it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes cope with that spread out pace, but let's hope everyone can find someone to run with. It's quite a large field as well, and we think Maddie's been asked to run 77s for this race. 77s would be 4:48, so that's sort of banging that in the middle of what, that is towards the faster end, that 4:48. So hopefully we can see a few people get after that and get a season's best or a personal best. This is Heat 1 of the Open 1500 metres. You see quite a local battle as well there, a sea of Tipton vests and a sea of Wolves and Bilston vests. Couple of Sutton Coldfield as well. Like I said, this is who we'd normally see at our local cross-country races and our Midland road relays and stuff like that. So great to see them doing an Open. Tipton Harriers, of course, have their great Open series that they put on as well. Let's hope we can get back to that as well, because they put a great provision on for the Midlands athletes, especially a lot of the younger athletes. But Maddie in the lead there at the moment.
Yeah, no, so Maddie actually had to have a battle again with one of the boys at the beginning of the race, but has managed to settle in. I think we have a BUAC vest sitting in behind her. So I think that's Lucy.
I think it's Beth Sykes.
Or is it Beth?
Yes.
Sorry, I apologise.
Lots of numbers for us to try and negotiate, but I think we have got Beth Sykes there in second place, and then we've got Rosie Kind and pushing around the outside, the same gentleman that was pushing, Luke Bailey from Tipton Harriers, chomping at the bit again. We've got the Loughborough vest on the inside.
Yeah, that's Abby Hancock, so she's just sitting in on the inside. But at the moment, while the field is a little bit spread out, I wouldn't say there's any noticeable gaps.
Again, it's the Wolves and Bilston lady wants to go past Maddie already. She was bang on pace, but
clearly not fast
Rosie
enough.
Kind wants to go faster. She's put down 4:52, which I think is about the pace Maddie would be on. So, but Rosie Kind happy to put herself out there in the front and keep pushing on the pace. You can see Maddie just easing past her again, trying to help her out and trying to give her a hand. We've got Luke Bailey right in there with Rosie Kind as well in the Tipton vest. And again, it's Beth Sykes changing their order. every 100 metres here, and Abby Hancock staying involved as well.
Yeah, they're just kind of doing rotations around Maddie at the moment. But no, still grouped up. We do have a slight gap with the first pack, but they're all sticking together and all looking very strong, so we've still got the potential for a very good race.
And we've almost got one representative from every club as well. We've got 256 or 256, who's not on my list, so that might be moved from a different race, but 256 in there from Royal Sutton Coldfield as well. So yeah, we've got Maddie doing the pacing, we've got a BUAC vest, a Tipton vest, a Loughborough University, Sutton Coldfield and the Wolves and Bilston all in there. This group have been together, but they've changed the order every time. At the moment it is Beth Sykes, the under 20 from University. Happy to, but no, already it's the Loughborough vest goes into the lead of Abby Hancock. They're like a well-organised peloton, it's just 50 metres each.
Yeah, it's quite impressive really. I don't think I've ever had a race like this, where someone takes it on every 50 metres.
And it doesn't look like fate moves. Each one of them looks keen for the lead. So at the moment, it is Abby Hancock with the Loughborough vest on the front.
Although Beth's coming round.
Here we go. They're coming into 500 to go. Is Beth Sykes going to come into the lead? You've also got Rosie Kind tucking in a little bit more there. You've got Rosie Kind tucking in, and Luke Bailey just moving around Rosie Kind. And that Royal Sutton Coldfield vest in there. Apologies, we don't have her on a list. But Royal Sutton Coldfield, potentially the only athlete having the quiet race in there, conserving energy. And already you can see Luke Bailey sliding around the outside. Luke Bailey looking to, no he's not, he's not going to get to lead. He's going to have Rosie Kind kicking into the bow.
Yeah, no, this is an amazing race. Every time I think someone's taken the lead, someone else comes along. But yeah, no, it's definitely between these four. They've all kicked on. Beth's taken it on. We have the Loughborough Girls decision just behind. I think we may, oh no, Luke's still holding on.
No, for the first time they just separate and they stop running as a pattern. It's Beth Sykes. She put in a move at a bell to get to the front, but just as I say that, Abby Hancock looks like she got a second win, but so did Beth Sykes, and Beth Sykes kicking into that 200. It's Beth Sykes, the 160 to go.
Yeah, Beth's just completely taking that lead, and it's increasing every step. Although at the back is... oh my gosh, Rosie's coming through.
Rosie Kind is kicking again. She's coming up on Abby Hancock. Rosie Kind, the under 15 from Wolves and Bilston, trying to get this second place from the Loughborough University student.
Oh, we've got a really good sprint going between them. I don't think you can see it. I mean, it is all about...
So Rosie Kind for the win. Abby Hancock kicks for the 17th time this race. Abby Hancock just holds off Rosie Kind, and it's fourth place for Luke Bailey there, and those guys all under that 4:55, all quite fast, and then a Royal Sutton Coldfield finisher there.
So I'm not sure. It may be a PB for Beth, as she put it down 4:50, but I'm not definite that that's her PB or not.
And a really fast finisher there for Wolves and Bilston athlete. That's Ronnie Reed, the under 13, having a great kick in for the finish there. But great work from these athletes. There's a few more coming through the line. Another couple Tipton vests. 3:01 there over Cartwright, the under 15. Sarah Dudley, apologies. Sarah Dudley there from Tipton Harriers. And
I think that's Evie Truman's coming through at the end.
And there she is. That was Eva Cartwright that I was looking forward. Wonder if she's related to Joel Cartwright. Both Royal Sutton Coldfield. So might be a brother-sister duo. We saw Joel run very well in the first 800-metre race, but that was our first 1,500-metre open of the evening. Great to see those under 15s, under 17s, and the under 20s, and the ones Maddie was pacing. Those guys battle it out there with each other.
Yeah, no, that was a really exciting race. I think could not tell what was going to happen throughout it. But that's what we love to see, and good on Beth, especially winning on home turf as well.
I'd love to know the splits from that. I was one of those athletes. I'd go away and look at the splits and say, was it even, was there surges? But Beth Sykes coming out the strongest out of everybody, really powering away in that last lap. We turn our attention to the second 1,500-metre race. I'll rattle through these names before they start. Got Michael Burgess, Ella Shirley, Hannah Seeger, Nathan Sanders, Abby Rex, Indria Patel, Tom Lucas, Sophie Kent, Fred Jones, Rachel Guilford, Clay Fellows, Jade Charlton, Isaac Cartwright, Linus Burnage, Molly Brown and Katie Hopkins with the pacemaking. So we've got Katie Hopkins in there pacing at 73s. Should be around about 4:33 pace. Well under the target time or the PBs that we have listed for these athletes. I think we might have the third Cartwright, got Isaac Cartwright from Royal Sutton Coldfield. So I don't know, might be a fourth sibling in the 3K.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've both been running well, so hopefully, if they've been all training together, we'll see another great performance.
This is a second of our 1500 metre races in the open section. We've got one more after this before we bring you three 3000 metre heats. Apologies, 4 1500s, second of 4 1500s.
And we're on the way here.
Here we go. I don't know if we could have a more exciting race than we've already seen, but as we have seen, lots of these young athletes are really giving our pacemakers a tough job to get to the front. But we can see the Tipton vest at the front again. We've had lots of strong performances from Tipton Harriers tonight, but Katie Hopkins just checking her watch, making sure she's doing the job right. These guys will be keeping an eye on her and relying on her to run that even pace of a 73s. So she doesn't want to go off in a 30 and then slam the brakes on. So hopefully Katie Hopkins can do this job really well for these guys. But at the front there, we've got 291 is Clay Fellows, under 15 from Tipton Harriers. Happy to run with the pacemaker, doesn't want to tuck in.
Yeah, no, I think Katie decided the pace that she got given, so she stuck in behind and let Clay go off.
We've got Fred Jones there, the Wolves and Bilston athlete, just behind Katie Hopkins there. We've also got 309 high up there, Linus Burnage from Worcester AC. Getting pretty involved early doors, as well as 172, it must be 272, Tom Lucas of Tipton Harriers. So they look like they've strung themselves out a little bit better than the race before, but it was 71 through the first lap. So Katie Hopkins, we can see in the sore pacer vest there, in third place. She's probably bang on the 73 she's been asked for. And you can see the Worcester athlete, Linus Burnage, happy to sit on Katie. He maybe thinks she's going the right pace, maybe going to try and get round her as well. But we have got Fred Jones there in second place with Clay Fellows there, still in the lead for Tipton Harriers.
Yeah, Linus just gone past Katie. And yeah, it's a hard one on these races on deciding what to do for the pacing, especially when you're being given an exact time to do. So she just stepped out, and we're still in for a very good race.
You can see on the outside there, Fred Jones from Wolverhampton and Bilston, just pushing on. He's not quite ahead, but we sometimes see this when you're on the. He's not on the inside. Oh, he is going to go into the lead now, but it's whether you can control a race from that pole position. But Fred Jones wants to control it from the front. This is an early kick. 2 laps to go for Fred Jones. The under 13 from Wolverhampton and Bilston, trying to get a jump on the rest of the field at this early stage in the race.
Yeah, no, he really has given a massive kick, which is quite impressive considering the guy at the front was 2 times his size. And I'm not sure who's decided to go with him.
That is the Worcester athlete, Linus Burnage, just suddenly realises a bit of a gap opened up. I think he would have been content to sit behind Clay Fellows, who'd done so much of the leading, and suddenly he looked up and realised Fred Jones had got a gap. So Linus Burnage has moved into second place. I think he also has the other Tipton vest, which I've... there's another Tipton athlete
and
there.
Ella Shirley's decided to go off with those guys, actually. I believe that's Ella.
Yes.
I can tell from her running style.
Yes, and Ella Shirley doing a lot of work in this all-important third lap in the 1500. It is often all about what you do in this third lap, and that is 272 Tom Lucas, the under 15 from Tipton Harriers, clawing himself back to Fred Jones, but Fred Jones looks smooth, he looks confident.
Yeah, he's taking a very commanding lead, but we'll have to see what happens over this last 4, because they are clawing him back a lot. But no, because also especially a big group behind him, and yeah, they're just slowly catching him up, although he is still looking very strong.
Yes, you can see Tom Lucas, the Tipton Harrier, is slowed. I want to say it's a couple of feet every 50 metres, but maybe not. We see Fred Jones rallying with 300 to go. Fred Jones has picked up his pace just as I thought Tom Lucas was going to get back on him. And we can see there's another lady in there that I didn't cut the number of. She's done a lot of work down that back straight to get involved. Could be Indra Patel.
Yeah, poor Fred Jones done all the work, and I thought he had it, but yeah, no, she's managed to catch him up, come around the bend. Yeah, she's looking very strong, but he's done another kick.
Fred Jones is just kicking every 100. I hope he's getting the feedback. I hope he knows how close these people are behind him.
Yeah, every time someone comes close to him, he kicks again, and you can see them tiring. He's just, it's amazing to watch.
It's like he's got eyes in the back of his head, and he's got afterburners. Fred Jones kicking with 80 to go. Fred Jones has paced this well. And we can see Tom Lucas coming back past it is Indira Patel. But it's Fred Jones for the win. What a celebration as well. Fred Jones from Tom Lucas from 289.
Yeah, that must be a massive PB for him.
Apologies, Rachel Guilford though made that great move for Brat in the last lap, and Ella Shirley there holding on just behind. But what about that from Fred Jones? It was an early kick. He kicked with 800 metres to go. He kicked again at the bell, again at 300, and again in that last 100. Every time he gave someone a hope they might catch him. I think Tom Lucas thought, I've got this. And Rachel, apologies, I had the wrong vest number. Rachel Gifford there looked like she might be the one to overhaul Fred Jones with 200 metres to go. But Fred Jones had extra power in that last 200 to hold off everyone else to finish with a time of 4:34.63. I can see on the clock in front of us. So let's hope that's a good time for Fred Jones. I've got 4:39 written down on our sheet, so if that's his personal best, he could have knocked 5 seconds off there. Doing a lot of that running on his own, so I hope he gets in with another field. Hopefully got a claim to get upgraded to the next heat in the Opens next time.
No, that was an insane race from Fred Jones there. Like you said, kept kicking. I definitely thought that people were going to catch him, especially when he was at Rachel, just nearly got him. But no, he just constantly had something else in the tank, and that last 100 metres was incredible.
It really was. So we'll try and bring you the women's triple jump is finished. We'll try and show you the results of that quickly. You see, it was a victory for Georgina Scoot with 11:48. So you can see all of those marks done by those ladies this evening. We also had the results of the open 800 metre heat 1. So Madison Farley, Joel Cartwright did a lot of the running once the pacemaker had stepped aside, but he couldn't hold off a fast finish from Madison Farley as she went very close to her PB to take the win in that first heat. But we have now got the third heat of the 1500 metres. In this race, we're going to see James Edgerton, James Vincent, Thomas Renshaw, Petros Kousis, Morgan James, Tom Holden, Nick Hardy, Aaron Enser, Adam Eady, Thomas Bentley, Harry Dial, Henry Brocklehurst, Ethan Brady-Jones, Ed Blytham, Shreyas Kennedy will do our pacemaking again. I think in 61.62s, which is pretty swift. Apologies, I read the. This is not the right heat. I'll reread. That's a preview of the final 1500 metre race. Well, just to whet your appetite. After this, you will see those guys. In this race, right on the track, we've got Joe Blacknell, Thomas Ross, Arthur Peel, Paul Morrison, Will McKerney, Joel McGraw, Cameron Lomax, David James, Erin Hunt, Jack Goddard, Matthew Iyer, Will Evans, Tom Barrett, Michael Cottrell, Jamie Cooper, Seth Avery. Apologies if I gave anyone a heart attack that they might have missed the person they were trying to watch. But at least these guys, and I thought 61, 62 for the B race.
No, I was quite confused, especially it was when we got to Shreyas. And I was like, that's definitely not Shreyas.
Right, so we've got Joe Blacknell is doing the pacing in 63, 64s. And there he is in his sore pacer vest, looking smooth. He knows what he's doing, even if I don't.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where there are ages in the races get a little bit older and they just sit in behind the pacer rather than give it to them.
No, and I think potentially when you're a young athlete, you could have made such an improvement this year and really not know, really not be in tune with what your PB is. So you have to go off, you have to give it a go. Whereas hopefully these guys will be, like you said, Sabrina, have a bit more experience. But we can see we had Aaron Hunt there, 283. I think that was Aaron Hunt there, happy to sit in that second position and follow the pacemaker. You can see the rest of the field, like you say, Sabrina, stringing out. And I don't want to say running more maturely, but
oh no, it's absolutely fine because I was one of the kids that went off with the pacer and went way too fast.
But hey, we haven't seen anyone do that and blow up yet.
True.
I mean, Fred Jones knew what he was doing. Who am I to say he didn't?
As well, donning the red.
So I think that is 283. Yes, so that is Aaron Hunt there from 297. Tom Barrett with his teammate just behind him. We've also got Arthur Peel there in behind Tom Barrett. And that is your 1, 2, 3 at the moment.
And then we're just seeing, I think that's Aaron Hunt that's just coming around the outside.
So at 253 there, Thomas Ross of BUAC in there as well, and the black vest. Yes, Aaron Hunt still is in the mix there in that lead group. But there we see the pacemaker taking them through in 2:13, 2:14. So that was quite a bit slower than we think they were aiming for. So you can see that kick there. You can see the BUAC vest kicking there down the back straight. That'll be Thomas Ross there. Taking it on with 600 to go, potentially realising that they've gone too slowly in that first 800 for what they're targeting this evening.
Yeah, no, we're just seeing them string out again. Although no one's actually making a gap, I just think that they're just settling in a bit more coming into the last lap.
Yeah, and Thomas Ross there taking the lead. He got 266. Is Paul Morrison, so we saw him quite high up early doors, but Paul Morrison there taking the lead as we come into the bell. Paul Morrison from Thomas Ross, 261 from Arthur Peel. That is your top 3 at the moment, but we've still got Aaron Hunt, who was second place behind the pacemaker for a long time.
Yeah, no, so Paul has taken Morrison, on. Yeah, Paul Morrison taken on. But, who is it? It was Arthur Peel. Arthur is coming back. Although he's saying that,
here we go. Aaron Hunt doing a kick. He potentially switched off on that third lap, and Aaron Hunt coming back and chasing down.
He's coming back. Although he's saying that,
here we go. Aaron Hunt doing a kick. He potentially switched off on that third lap, and Aaron Hunt coming back and chasing down our leader there, Paul Morrison. But Paul Morrison left one more gear in his repertoire. He left himself a little bit.
And Arthur Peel's coming back as well. We've got a massive race between 1, 2 and 3. I don't know if Paul's taken it too early. He's looking very tight.
That was a big move from Paul Morrison into the bell, and it looks like he's paying for it now as Aaron Hunt comes kicking through with 80 to go.
But Aaron Peel's coming back. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Oh, no, I think Aaron Hunt has paced this perfectly, but Arthur Peel, he's paced it phenomenally as well. You've got to look at Paul Morrison holding on really well for third place there. I think we've got a finish time of 4:08 there for that race. So well done to those guys, all within that top 3, all really close together. We see another few finishers coming through the line there.
As Jack Goddard comes into 100 metres to go.
Here we see final 3 runners. We've got another Tipton runner, Will Evans there coming through, finishing off the race there.
A real talent. He's had quite a lot of injuries, but he's back. It's Jack Goddard.
We've said it before, but so great to see so many of these local clubs here supporting the Opens and getting back into a proper track season. There have been some league fixtures this weekend as well, which was great to see. But still an exciting last 300 as well. It was a big move from Paul Morrison, potentially too much too early. And Aaron Hunt just bided his time and kicked for that victory. Arthur Peel as well, really strong finish, well judged to be finishing with that cadence, finishing with that speed in the last 100 was really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about endurance events, especially 15. Not that I'm biased or anything, but you never know what's going to happen. Like, it's not over until you get to the finish line. And that really showed in this race.
Yeah, it has been said the 1500 is the best event, so we'll just promote that. But here we have the start list for this final 1500 metre heat, which I gave you a preview of already, but I'll tell you again. We've got James Edgerton, James Vincent, Thomas Renshaw, Petros Kousis, Morgan James, Tom Holden, Nick Hardy, Aaron Enser, Adam Eade, Thomas Bentley, Harry Dial, Henry Brocklehurst, Ethan Brady-Jones, Ed Blytham and Shreyas doing the pacing in this one, not the previous race. I, for one, am very excited to see Thomas Bentley versus Tom Holden because they had a very close finish in the 3K 5 or 6 weeks ago at our first Open. See, don't be alarmed, the guys are here, they're behind the lamppost. And we will see them when they come to the start line in this final heat of the Open 1500 metres. So I think Shreyas is going to aim for 61 to 62 seconds for these guys. See if they can hold on to that pace when Shreyas steps aside. See if they can live up to second and third heats.
Yeah, well, we've got a lot of close potential PBs. So, yeah, no, it'll be a very big battle between the whole field, I reckon.
See the officials just waving to each other to confirm that everyone's ready. Here we are underway in the fastest heat, the final heat of the Open 1500. See, straight to the front, you see James Vincent's in there with that another 294. I think that's Aaron Enser there in his Cardiff University Athletics vest, not to be confused with the BUAC vest. But Shreyas just working his way to the lead there to do his pacemaking duties.
Yeah, I did question for a second Shreyas was there because the guy just took it on. But he stuck in and got to the front of the field. And we're just kind of seeing them, again, slowly get into position and just get into some sort of rhythm together.
Absolutely. That's good from Aaron Enser. He obviously wants to be in that position and he slid into it. A Cardiff University athlete running really well there in second place. James Vincent in third. And we've got Nick Hardy from Tipton Harriers there on the outside. And Harry Dial, a Wolverhampton and Bilston athlete, on the inside. Largely a bit of clipping and pushing and shoving going on there. Let's hope they can settle down and just help each other. You can see Morgan James in there just behind Nick Hardy as well. Morgan James stepping off. Let's hope he wasn't clipped or lost a shoe or anything. But Shreyas still in the lead. Great pacemaking through that first lap. And Aaron Enser just glued himself to the back of Shreyas. He is happy to be here today and excited about this pace.
Yeah, no, so the guys are just slotted in behind each other. So we just see a very long train of guys. No real gaps opening up at the moment. So I think it's still on for a very good race. Although, actually, no, I lie. There is now a gap. Can't tell what the number is, but we have a leading 4 and the pacer.
Yeah, so those 4 have separated themselves. So we've got 3:11 there. Henry Brocklehurst trying to close that gap down. You can see Tom Holden at Tipton moving up as well. He doesn't want to let those guys go down the track. Nick Hardy is the first Tipton athlete at the moment. Shreyas brings them through 700. Let's see what he can get them to 800 in and whether he stays in any longer. Surely this is his last pacemaking job of the night, but who knows? We've got Aaron Enser there in second place. James Vincent has just stepped up a little bit. I feel like James Vincent's just getting himself involved and getting racing. We've also got Harry Dial doing his best to hang on to the back of James Vincent. Nick Hardy as well doing his best to hang on to that Wolves and Bilston athlete in front of him.
Oh, and Aaron's just made a slight surge, I would say. Although it's 600 to go, so can't tell if it's too soon. He's managed to make a slight gap between him and James, and there's another slight gap between him and Harry. But I would say it's still anyone's game.
And you can see Henry Brocklehurst has pulled himself back to that 4th position of Nick Hardy. He's pulled himself and Tom Holden back into the conversation here. It is Aaron Enser at the front. James Vincent struggling to live with the Cardiff University athlete as they move forward to the bell. So it's Aaron Enser from James Vincent, from Nick Hardy, from Brocklehurst from Tom Holden has just gone past Harry Dial into 5th place.
Yeah, so from 3rd to about 6th or 7th, we've got a Brat Tipton competition, but I mean, it is Aaron. He's just absolutely flying down. I don't think the camera could keep up with him.
So Aaron Enser looked fantastic. He was right on the pacemaker the whole way through, and he's taken up the running. Almost I think putting a kick in with 600 to go, that does something to your competitors as well.
Yeah, no, it is a really tough one. And like I said, I didn't think he'd be able to keep end. His lead's now about 20-30 metres. James Vincent is just trying to hold on for 2nd, but there's a big group coming up behind him, so it'll be interesting to see what happens to 2 and 3. But it's all about Aaron. He's really given it all in this race, and hopefully we'll get a good time out of it.
Aaron Enser taking a great victory there, and it is Henry Brocklehurst sneaking through for the best of the rest. Nick Hardy. Great last 50 metres to be the first Tipton runner. I thought it was going to be Tom Holden, but Nick Hardy had a little bit extra in that last lap. But I think they all came past James Vincent, who had to run solo for that 3rd lap and do a lot of that running trying to hold off those guys. Often harder to run as the person being chased than the chasing.
Yeah, no, it really is. Yeah, and I mean, he's collapsed onto the track, so you can tell he's really tried his hardest. But no, it was all about Aaron in that race, and you got to give it to him. He took it to the pacer, and as soon as Shreya stepped out, he just kept pushing on.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really well judged race there from Aaron Enser, as it was from Henry Brocklehurst as well. He did that work to pull that group back to not even to James, but he had to pull that group back to Harry Dial and those other guys that went off with the pacemaker. So it's nice to see Henry Brocklehurst get rewarded with that 2nd place overall as well for Brat Club, and hopefully a good time for him as well. But we're going to try and tidy up a few results for you. We've got the camera on the shot put, so we just let that throw go through as well.
I'm not sure if that's Jamie Warman.
Good spot, you know, your BUAC vest, Serena. But we will try and bring you up to date with some results and how that shot put's going. So it isn't finished. They are in the final round of the shot put. It hasn't finished yet, but this is where they stand at the moment. So we can see that we did see a little bit of a battle going on. But Jade Sermon, you can see out the list, World Junior representative for Great Britain in the decathlon and potentially the 4 hurdles as well. Just ahead of the athlete she coaches, Jamie Warman. I believe there's a lot on the line on this result between these two. A lot of, I think there is forfeits involved of who wins from these two. You can see the rest of the marks there for this field. As we say, we do think they're in the final round, so there may be a few changes, but that's where they're at right now. And we'll move through more of the results from the open races. We think we have heat 2 of the 800 metres. Michael Banks of Tipton winning in a 2:05, really set a stall out on that 2nd lap and got a big lead. We think, no, not quite a PB for our photographer James Rhodes, but a really well judged race to hold on to that 2nd place. And then we had heat 3 where we saw Sam Davey from Worcester take the win in 1:53.95, and Ollie Johnson be the best of the rest with that 1:58.3.
Yeah, so I actually think it was a PB for Sam Davey, hopefully.
Well done. Good job for him. So as we move forward to the first of the 3,000 metre races tonight, you see the field lined up down there. So we've got Cheska Brint is going to do our pacemaking in this field, and the rest of the competitors are Laura Trask, Imogen Woodward, Rosie Woodhams, Jacob Bernstein, Alex Boyer de la Giraudet, Eloise Bull, Harriet Foley, Amelia Harrison, Corey Hazelwood, Darcy Hay and Rachel C. So this will be our first of 3,000 metre races. I think Cheska is going to run 82, so that would be 10:15. Yes. 10:15 on the nose.
First of our 3K Opens underway.
You can see Cheska fresh off her 800 metre victory in the BMC race. making her way to the front. And a note on the BMC that I forgot to say, to reiterate, that Best of British prize money that will have gone to Maisie Grice in the women's steeplechase, and Zach Seddon in that men's as well. So I think it's great that the BMC chooses to do that for Best of the British. That will make a difference to those athletes' journeys, whether it be physio money, whether it be new equipment, maybe a new pair of shoes that they need, something like that. It will go towards that. So thanks to the BMC for supporting all our athletes. We see Cheska showboating to the crowd, 3:26.
Not even the first lap.
Got your number. Let's see how Jacob Bernstein looks in another few laps. He's still waving to the crowd.
I mean, fair play. I don't think I've ever done that during a race, but I appreciate someone that can. And yeah, we've got 3 athletes just sitting behind Cheska at the moment. So I think there's Darcy, Jacob, you said, and I'm not sure.
Got a Loughborough vest there, so that will either be Rosie Woodhams or Alex Boyer de la Giraudet.
And then we kind of got a second pack forming that I don't think you can quite see on the camera, but there's a group of 5 girls, although it is splitting up into 2 and 3.
I think Lucy Elms was a late change. She was due to be in the next race. I think Lucy Elms has moved into this 3rd race. So
yeah, we're just seeing Jacob just fall off the pace ever so slightly, and we've got Darcy and who's the Loughborough girl?
Is de la Giraudet. I'm going to shorten it ever so slightly to de la Giraudet. Alex got a lovely long name that I'm probably ruining every time I say it. Oh, lucky me, it's Rosie Woodhams. So we've got Rosie Woodhams there, and Darcy Hay sticking to Cheska. And already we slightly lost Jacob Bernstein. He is not showboated on this lap.
I think it's Corey that's currently sitting in behind Jacob at the moment, so he's having to do a lonely run too. And I'm not sure who the girls are behind that. There's 2 BUAC vests that they're just kind of hopefully working together a little bit.
No, we'll try and keep you updated with those other athletes, as these athletes come through to 800 metres in 2:42, so that's 81, so that's even faster than we thought they might do. So they're currently under that 10:15 pace.
I say they're both looking very strong at the moment. I mean, obviously it's early days, but both, just settling in behind Cheska, and hopefully they'll bring each other around to some good times.
Great example of BUAC all pulling together. Cheska coming back from her own performance here just to pace a race, because we're all passionate about getting these opens up and running. Pretty much every volunteer you see out in the field as well will be a University of Birmingham student volunteering their time. I think I saw Tom Keane, so sort of one of our international athletes, under 18 European champion, pulling his weight, putting on a high vis and getting involved.
Yeah, no, I think we probably should say thank you to all of them for giving up their time to do that. And we've got the 2 girls just sitting behind Cheska. Jacob, I think, is being catched by Corey at the moment. And then I need to kind of keep missing the BUAC vests behind of the 2 girls, but one of them's pulled away from the other.
So we've still got Cheska Brint at the front from Rosie Woodhams, Loughborough University athlete, and Darcy Hay behind her. 1200. Still pretty much on those 81s, 82s. So 80s would be 4 minutes there. So they're just 81s, 82s. Let's see how much further Cheska can take them. So this would be sort of bang on Cheska's tempo pace, maybe a little bit faster, but she's running 800 already. She's won the 800. So I wonder how far Cheska will go and how far she's been asked to go.
Yeah, no, Cheska's just kind of chilling at the moment. She's doing really well. I wonder if she's going to go to at least maybe 2K?
Stitch her up. go Cheska, give him 2K.
No, it's those 2 girls that are just stuck on. They're doing really well. Every time I think one of them may fall off, they haven't. There is this gap between them and the pacer. Although Rosie's just come and settled in behind her again. So no, perfect pacing. We've got a race going on slightly between Corey and Jacob.
We have
then I think that's Imogen coming through that you can't quite see. Then we've got a battle between 3 girls, so 2 BUAC vests and I can't quite tell who the other vest is. Maybe
Harriet
another Loughborough.
Foley and Laura Trask in there with the Loughborough vest, with the University of Birmingham vests on. And I think that is Alex Boyer de la Girardet in the other Loughborough vest.
So a lot of Loughborough and BUAC battles going on at the moment.
Yeah, Loughborough versus BUAC, that's what we like to see, so long as it turns out our way.
Yeah.
At the moment, Darcy Hay has just drifted past Rosie Woodhams, but they, I think they're probably taking it in turns to take laps and see how much they can use Cheska's help before she steps off. So they've got around 300 metres to go before we get that 2K split. So they will see 3 laps to go on the board as they come round. No, apologies. It'll be 4 laps to go on the board when they come round this time. So that will be. I've probably got my maths all wrong here. 3 laps to go. It's 3 laps to go. Hopefully they know and they can see the board.
Yeah, I feel like it's probably more important that they know than we know. And Rosie's just coming round Darcy again. I mean, there's been some really nice racing today, where like it's people taking turns on who leads. Although I think she's just sitting in on Darcy's shoulder, probably getting ready for the fact that Cheska may step off soon.
You've got to think Cheska's coming up to 2K now at the end of this straight. So any further than that, you would be very surprised that Cheska Brint would do any more pacemaking than that. But you're right, it's Rosie Woodhams just putting up alongside. And Darcy responds as well. Darcy Hayes responded when she's seen that African Violet of Loughborough. That's what it does to a BUACer. It just inspires you to push on a little bit more. But it'll be interesting to see what these two do as Cheska steps aside, because they're on a good pace. They're going to want to keep this pace moving.
I feel like I should probably add further downfield. We have a battle still going on between Jacob and Corey. So each lap, Corey gets ever so slightly closer. So they're just about to battle it out. Imogen's currently doing a very solo run. And then we've got, I think it's Alex. I'm not sure who the BUAC girl is. But we're having a battle again between Loughborough and BUAC. And another BUAC girl behind her.
Here we go. It's 2 laps to go this time for Darcy Hay.
And it's still neck and neck.
I feel like Rosie Woodhams keeps trying to get past. Will she manage it this time? I feel like Darcy's just using all of her home advantage, all of her knowledge of this track, of this arena.
Or I think Rosie may have just passed. But it's okay, we've still got plenty of time, and it may be an early kick. So
it may be. Let's hope Darcy Hay can rally. Or maybe they're just helping each other stay on a decent pace. But as we see Jacob Bernstein and Corey Hazelwood coming through with 2 laps to go as well. Jacob's done well to hold on to that 3rd position. He is no longer showboating, I will confirm that. As we can see, the Loughborough vest gone into 5th place of Alex Boyer de la Girardet. And she has taken with her 3:19. It's Laura Trask there. And 3:22 is Imogen Woodard. In there as well, and a 3:35 from Harriet Foley coming through after that.
Yeah, so Rosie's kind of taking the lead and is making a bit of a gap. I did think for a second it was going to stay, but no, she's making a gap. So we'll see if Darcy has anything left in the tank. But I would say that gap's increasing.
That does look like a decisive lead for Rosie Woodhams there, the under-20 from the University of Loughborough. As they move through, this is 500 to go. So can Rosie Woodhams hold on to the lead, or will Darcy Hay have a little bit more in the tank? What will happen when these ladies hear the bell? Who will kick?
Keep their concentration. Through the bell, 8:58 on the clock.
And it looks like Rosie Woodhams looks full of running. She looks like her cadence lifted again when she heard that bell.
Yeah,
Perhaps she fancies a last lap.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not she can get under that 10:15. That'll be a 75 last lap. So it may be a tough ask, but she is increasing constantly and striding out. And that gap is just constantly increasing.
There it is, and Rosie Woodhams has judged her last 800 really well. She tried to get past Darcy Hay earlier on, and Darcy did really well to hold her off. But Rosie Woodhams has really piled on the pressure in this last 800. She's got 200 to go for Rosie Woodhams here. Decisive victory.
Further down the field, I think Jacob has managed to hold on to 3rd despite Corey clawing him back, and has made a decisive move as well. And it's hard to see what else happening, because watching Rosie come round the bend for a very, very fast finish.
No, great running there from Rosie Woodhams, finishing strongly. She's got 50 metres to go.
She came here looking for 10.20.
So hopefully this should lead to a PB.
It's an outstanding
Big PB, hopefully. She put down, is it 10.20? So hopefully that's a big PB for Rosie.
Yeah, she's taken a lot out of Darcy Hay there in that last 800 metres. So really impressive. But Darcy Hay coming through there for second place.
And also could potentially be a PB. She's put down 10.30, so hopefully she's got PB for it too.
Yeah, Jacob Bernstein holding on to that third position there.
Also maybe a PB, hopefully.
And fair play, I'll let him get away with the show though, so he can finish with a third place. And 3.39 there, fourth place was Corey Hazelwood. Worked so hard to get himself back to Jacob Bernstein, but couldn't get past him. That was a third place there for Corey Hazelwood. Fourth place, apologies. Third place, Jacob Bernstein.
Yeah, you can tell how much the 3K takes out of you as everyone's kind of settled down. I think Jacob collapsed below us.
It's a tough distance, but well done to this field. This is our first 3,000 metre of the evening, just coming to an end. So once we've moved through this field, we will bring you some results quickly. Here we see another finisher for Tipton Harriers. Great to see so many Tipton Harriers here tonight. Lost count of how many have we seen, but right now we're looking at Amelia Harrison, under 17 from Tipton, just coming into her last 50 metres. Well done to Amelia Harrison there. I think finishing off this first heat of the 3,000 metres. So we will just bring you some results of the 1,500 metres that we saw earlier. So this was the first heat of the 1,500. We saw a victory for Beth Sykes ahead of Abby Hancock and Rosie Kind. This is the race where the lead changed 17 times every lap. I think that would be one to watch back. I'll be very curious to pick apart that and see what went on. But well done to the guys in that field. Got heat 2 as well. So Fred Jones really putting the hammer down on the other athletes. Probably going to walk away and say you should have put me in the third heat, but it was a great run from Fred Jones there to win in 4:34. And Tom Lucas judging his effort well to beat the rest of the field. It's the rest of heat 2 on that second page. And heat 3 was won by Aaron Hunt of BUAC in a 4:08, so quite a tactical race there. And Arthur Peel really judged his last 250 really well. Paul Morrison, big move into the barrel, but couldn't quite hold on to the victory. And Tom Ross there with the 4th place for BUAC.
So I think it's worth noting that not heat 3, but heat 1 and 2, the winners both got PBs. Well, based on what we have.
Oh, great running from them. We can see this, the final heat. Yeah, we saw a victory for Aaron Enser, set his stall up, did all the running and made a big move with 600 to go and held on for that victory in 3:56. And Henry Brocklehurst pulled himself back to the guys that had gone with the pacemaker to get that second place. Nick Hardy getting the Tipton bragging rights over Tom Holden. So as we turn our attention to the second heat at the 3,000 metres. You can see them there down on the track. That looks like a slightly smaller field than we have on paper, but this is who we think we might have. Abayomi Ademeji, Lizzie Squibbs, Lucy Thornton, and Thanasios Solakis, Freya Bennett, Lucy Elms, Isabel Jones, Patrick Mackey, Anna Montgomery, Matthew Orford, Meg Ormond, Joe Parkin, Edward Quilty, Beth Rawlinson and Jack Lancelot. I think I celebrated too early at getting Anna. Nice name.
No, it's a gorgeous name.
Yeah. I can see we have got 2 starts here. We have got the waterfall start, so I think we probably do have that full field. I was very confused that we didn't have as many as we thought. And there is Lucy Elms. So Lucy Elms is in this race. So Lucy Elms, I think, was moved up from the previous race into this race. She went very well at some of our opens already, Lucy, so that's probably why she's been upgraded.
And we're being paced by Shreyas again, which is his 3rd pacing.
Can anyone stop Shreyas pacing? So I think I've got 72 down, which is 9-minute pace. So that would be quite a nice mark. So 3:64 there. The Loughborough vest, Jack Lancelot has got himself up to lead the rest of the field at the moment. And 3:47, Matthew Orford of Lichfield. He's in 2nd place at the moment. And we've got Bratfest just behind him as well. 2 Bratfish there getting involved. So let's see if any of them can live with this. 72s would be quite fast running for a lot of these guys. So maybe I'm quoting wrong, but it's not. It has been known. No, Shreyas open 3,000 metre open race 2, 72 a lap.
Yeah, so as actually, I'm not sure they can see the live feed, but the girls especially, there's a second group that's kind of peeled off towards the back. But yeah, we've got 2 runners going off with the pacer, 3 behind, and then the final group at the back.
Yeah, it would be good if we could see these top 5 guys regroup. That would be really nice, I think, as we look like Shreyas, probably do a mile, 2K, something like that.
Yeah, I actually think they are coming back quite slowly, but they're coming back. So yeah, I think we'll have a group of 5 for a bit.
Yes, and you really see quite a strong move around the outside in the yellow vest there, 3:49, Joe Parkin. He looks most eager to get himself back up to lead of those 2, of Matthew Orford and Jack Lancelot. Matthew Orford already looking, I don't know, he's already a battle on. Someone needs to get onto the coattails of Shreyas and use the assistance whilst it's there. And we see Matthew Orford just moving past Jack Lancelot to take up that first position out of the races.
Got a bit of a gap from the field.
Yeah, it's still these 2 at the front. But who was it? Can't remember who that's just managed to stick on behind them. There is a gap, but he's managed to hold on. And the other 2 is there's a gap coming in behind him. So hopefully we'll see a race between 1, 2 and 3 again.
Yeah, so it would be interesting to see Matthew Orford has got onto Shreyas. Shreyas is slightly off that 72 pace, but perhaps a smart decision as he saw he was gapping the field. So if we look, when they come to the end of this straight, we will see their first kilometre split. So that will potentially give us an idea of what they're capable of. And well, as we saw with the 10Ks here on Saturday, you can pick up a lot of time in that last K if you want to, if your name's Jessica Judd. But hopefully these guys were inspired watching that, knowing they were running here today. That's Matthew Orford there, slightly separating himself from Jack Lancelot. 3:49 is Joe Parkin. Then we have the 2 Brat runners. We have Abayomi Adedemeji and 3:29.
Lucy Thornton.
3:49. No, not sure who the other Brat vest is. Apologies. Could be Slackis. There, that is the only other Brat vest we have in there.
And further down the field, we have Isabel Jones, who's actually probably the youngest in her group, as an under 15 that's leading the second group, so good on her. But we have a big group going on downfield, so it'll be interesting to see how that pans out.
I love the attitude of these Wolves and Bilston young athletes that have come here today. Not scared to lead, not scared to push on the pace, and just great to see them mixing with some of our best university athletes. But at the front, it is still Matthew Orford holding on to Shreyas. I missed the kilometre split. Johnny Curry, did you see the kilometre split? Nope. Sorry, got too excited calling the rest of the race, but it is Abayomi Adedemeji who's pulled himself into second position. He's done both of our opens so far, so he's very familiar with the track. But he looks like he's paced this race well. And we have got the first kilometre was 3:07, 3:09-ish, so that would be 9:25 we're looking at the minute for the leader there for Matthew Orford. But it is Adedemeji who's moved himself into second place. Jack Lancelot there separated himself a little bit. But those guys trying to hold on to second, third and fourth as Matthew Orford disappears down the track after Shreyas, the pacemaker.
So I'm not 100% certain, but further downfield, I think it's Freya Bennett that's taken on. bigger group, but they do seem to be taking it in turns. But we now split off, so there's now 5 in that second. Well, I say second group.
Second group, because Matthew Orford is all on his own. You can see Shreyas there modelling the Soar Pacer vest. Doesn't it look good? And doesn't Shreyas look good? As he swings wide, perhaps this is his last lap, or he's just realising that he could maybe help Matthew Orford more if he hangs back. But Matthew Orford's got to be careful here, because Adedimeji looks full of running there in second place. He's got Jack Lancelot for company. He's also got 349 for company. I think Joe Parkin for company there. So that pack of 3 could work together really well.
Yeah, we've got a chaser pack going on, and that gap's not closing, but it's not increasing either. We've got a solo run at the moment from
Datsalakis there, the second Brat runner. He was with Adedimeji for a while, but you're right there, Sabrina. Good spot with 325 Freya Bennett and the Coventry Godiva Harrier, kind of best of the rest.
Isabel, I believe. Yes. So they're both going together, kind of leaving behind 2 BUACers, and I think actually maybe 3 of them.
So that's 2K there for Matthew Orford. He's come through in around about 6:20. So that would be 9:30 pace for Max Orford. Let's see if he can hold on, or going to have to kick in, I think, to stay on that 9:30 pace. But can he hold off this group behind, because they're getting organised? We've got Lancelot. Jack Lancelot there has gone back into second place. He was there for a while. He's got Adedimeji for company, and he's got Joe Parkin. Can these 3 work together? But Matthew Orford is going to see 2 laps to go here. Hopefully that will motivate him. Hopefully he can lift, and hopefully he knows he's on for that 9:30 benchmark.
The big last 800. And then this pack of 3 working outstandingly together.
So Max Orford there. What do we think he's got? What lead has he got over Jack Lancelot? 40 metres for the Lichfield Running Club athlete, Matthew Orford at the front. I don't see that, again, like I say, unless your name is Jessica Judd.
No, I don't see that closing. It's also, I think he's done a surge and the others haven't. Although, we do have someone from the back coming round, so hopefully maybe picking it up. But yeah, I don't see that gap closing. It's too commanding.
I think you're right there, Sabrina. I think Matthew Orford is disappearing down the track. Lichfield Running Club, I don't know how much track work they do. They have got a great track in Lichfield, but he's moving through with 600 metres to go there for Matthew Orford in the lead, and is Jack Lancelot still in second place. Look, Joe Parkin looks like he's itching to go. Adedimeji for me looks like he's struggling the most out of that second pack, still running really well. But it looks a bit like Jack Lancelot and Joe Parkin are pulling away for second and third place. But Matthew Orford, you can see in the camera, we're showing the shot, he's got a 50-metre lead on those guys. It's all about Matthew Orford as he moves forward into the bell.
So I quickly should mention that in the girls kind of race going on, it's between the 2 younger athletes, so that's Freya and Isabel. So they're batting out at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see how that gets on.
But Matthew Orford is through the bell. That was the second. Oh, and Adedimeji has put the hammer down. He was bluffing. He wasn't tired. Adedimeji, we saw him run a great 800 here at the first Open. He's moved up. He's done the 5K. He's come to do a 3K today.
I mean, that gap is closing. I don't think he'll quite make it. He's definitely made a commanding surge there. So,
is Adedimeji of the Brat Running Club going to reel in Matthew Orford? Oh, I don't know. He's cut down that lead a lot, but Matthew Orford still has a big lead, and hopefully he's going to get some feedback from the spectators. But Adedimeji's got again. He's kicked again.
Oh, this is a very close race. Oh, are we going to see an...
It's a fantastic finish. It could be on for a real photo finish at Adedimeji.
This is reminiscent of the women's race at the European Cup on Saturday. But Matthew Orford's seen him. Has Matthew Orford got anything? Can he respond? No. Adedimeji comes through with 50 metres to go. Keep your eye out for Joe Parkin. Joe Parkin finishing fast as well. It will be Adedimeji for the win there in 9:35 from Matthew Orford, from Joe Parkin, from Jack Lancelot. As we look, it's all changed behind as well. We've had a big move from 3:43. That is Patrick Mackey. He's had a massive move in the last 600.
Solakis finishing strongly, and Vincent scoops battling hard.
Lucy Elms sneaking under that 10 minutes as well. You're right, it was Freya Bennett was the first lady home there in about 9:52, so she got under 10 minutes. Lucy Elms got under 10 minutes, and I think the Wolverhampton and Bilston, it was Isabel Jones, I think, who snuck under that 10 minutes as well.
She's finished well.
So we see Meg Ormond coming in as well for BUAC. Next up we'll have Anna Montgomery from BUAC as well. Regular at these opens, regular at training. Well done to these ladies.
Let's make some noise. These girls racing here at 9:15. If that's not commitment, I don't know what is.
Here we have our final athlete for the Wolverhampton and Bilston. It is 3:52 Beth Rawlinson there.
The under 17 finishing well. The wallet run that was a Deji Meji. Came from nowhere.
So well done to those ladies. So we'll try and bring you. No, we did tidy up all the 1500 metre results, so I don't think we have any more 3000 metre. We have a javelin result to tie up. Like we said, a really big field there, so it took a while to get through those athletes. Just to remind you, if you want to see the results yourself, they are on the OpenTrack website, so you can check in on those results. So it was a victory in the end for Benji Pearson, from Fenton Bishop timings, from Evan Campbell. So that was your top three. But a large field, we will move through those result sheets to show you. You can see the whole results card on OpenTrack if you want to see what the series looked like rather than a snapshot. But it's great to see what that victory meant to Abayomi Adedemeji. Yeah, I think he won the 800 here. I think he won the Open 800.
Yeah, no, I think I remember that. Like, it was the last meet. But no, that was an amazing finish from him.
So we've got the final 3,000 metre race on the track. This is the fastest heat of the 3,000 metres. In this, we're going to see Ethan O'Shea, Brett Rushman, Patrick Townsend, James Vaughan, Noah Armitage, Zachariah Bridgeland, Pierce Clisham, Matthew Clutterbuck, Ben Duncan, Tom Graham Marr, Jack Johnson, Stuart McCullum, Rob Meredith, Bricken Price Davis, Joseph Reed, Cameron Riley and Daniel Robinson. Ethan O'Shea will be our pacemaker, just to confirm. We've got Ethan hopefully wearing a saw pacing vest that helps us pick out our pacemaker. But Ethan will be doing 66-second lapping, which would give a total 3,000 metre time, not of 11 minutes, of 8:15. So this will be the final race of our third University of Birmingham track and field series. Got Ollie Newman on the camera, fresh off a PB at Sports City in the 1500, taking the victory in the C race. Yes, yes. Check out that knowledge. Put all the pressure on Ollie now. If he doesn't get this right, you will know who to blame. So this is our fastest heat of the 3,000 metres underway, our last race of the evening. And there he is, Ethan O'Shea in his saw pacing vest, gliding to the front, taking a sea of red vests with him. They might be BUAC, they might be someone else, but we'll try and give equal attention to all of them. That is Stu McCullum there in an old school BUAC vest. He's an alumni there, but I think he's chosen to wear his BUAC vest. And we've got 252 there is, I'm not sure. I don't have 252 on my, oh I do, Brett Rushman.
Oh yeah, it's right at the top.
Yeah.
Zach Bridgeland as well, another first-year Birmingham
student. Those guys settling in, hopefully, like we said, 66s, 8:15. That would be a really nice way to close out this event. We've had some great weather, as we have done with all our opens. April was a little bit chilly. We were really lucky on the 12th of May with unseasonably warm weather. And we've done well this week as well, with some perfect running positions out there.
Yeah, we're just currently just seeing the guys just kind of spread out, find some rhythm. I guess there's one gap opening up at the moment.
There's some interesting research. I'm a bit of a geek on this because I've been involved with some webinars this year. But the importance of being in a group, how that can help you, but also in these longer races, the importance of not going off too fast. And those two things are quite hard to marry up, and it's you often have to make a choice. Do I want company, or do I want to be at a pace where I'm not gonna overcook it? But Stu McCullum is a very accomplished athlete, and he looks really good. You see Noah there moving into 3rd place as well, and they have still got Brett Rushman in 4th place.
And I think Cameron's with them as well, although he's saying that the whole group's together, but that's the first 4 for you.
Yes. So it is early days. They're coming up to 800 metres. Ethan O'Shea bringing through 800 metres.
Charlie Davis, Luke Garn, they've been here since 10 a.m.
Yeah, we could see potentially a group of 5 getting away. There's an Aldershot Farming District athlete, could be Jack Johnson.
Yes, and I think we've seen Jack Johnson do some of our other opens. I think he ran very well in one of the 5,000 metres because Mark Pearce made a Jack Johnson the singer joke. That's why I'm remembering Jack Johnson. I'm sure he'd rather be remembered for his running.
It's great to see.
So I think we've got Jack Johnson in that second group there. Just in that second chasing pack, so 354 is Cameron Riley there, and Ilkley Harriers vest. So they're all looking smooth. And we've got a central vest there at the back as well of Tom Graham Marr. And a few central athletes tonight. I wonder if they've made the trip from Scotland to race tonight and maybe at Watford as well.
Or to get in before they get in, they're not allowed in anymore.
Yes.
Athletes working hard here, it's great to see.
So it was a 2:49 for that first kilometre, so that's really great running for these guys. That is right around that 8:20, 8:27 running. So let's hope they can stay as a close group and pick up that pace in these latter stages. So that's 3 laps down, Ethan O'Shea at the front.
Yeah, I think Tom's just struggling to hang on a tiny bit there. So we may have a group of 4, but we hope that he stays on, because otherwise it'll be a very lonely run.
But again, it's that decision. Do you bury yourself? Do you overcommit to have a group? Because the group will make the race feel easier. It does look like Tom Graham Marr is rallying. He's sort of kind of gone, all right, it's crunch time. Do I want to get back onto the back of Cameron Riley? And he looks like he's done it. And we've got Brett Rushman just ahead of him, and then we've got Noah and Stu McCullum there for company as well. So we've got
a mile to go now.
Really nice group of 5, but like you say, you really feel there for Tom Graham Marr.
Yeah.
Can he get back involved? Maybe he can if Ethan O'Shea steps aside and that group gets caught napping. Maybe that will give Tom Graham Marr an opportunity to get back on the pack. But at the moment, it is just the 4 runners pulling away at the front of this field.
Yeah, there's that gap just ever so slightly growing. Further downfield, I think it's Pearce that's kind of holding on for that second kind of chasing pack. But I mean, the gap between them and the first 5 is significant. And I think Tom's struggling there. I think he has come off a bit. So we've got those 4 at the front.
Yeah, and you can see Noah Armitage hooks there. He made a bit of a move. I think he was concerned there was going to be a gap open up between the field and Stu McCullum. And also you can see Brett Rushman there. He definitely wants to be in that pole position right on Stu's shoulder. But I mean, they're all right in this. Cameron Riley's being aggressive and making moves as well. They've got 2 laps to go, so maybe it is time to think about kicking. Maybe it is time to think about gauging your effort. I called that too early. They must have 3 laps to go. got over excited. That was too soon. They're not going to run 7:30. They might run 8:30, which would be fantastic. But they move through. So this is the 2 kilometre split here. So we'll do our best to keep an eye on this 2 kilometre split and tell you what that might be for projected finish time.
It's quick here through 2 kilometres.
So 2:35. So they're 2:35 through 2K. It's 8:22 pace. So they have sped up from that first kilometre. They're winding this pace up. And Stu McCullum is doing a lot of that running at the front, but he's got Brett Rushman for company.
Yeah, no, it's looking at a lot of these guys could go for PBs, so they just keep up the pacing. So yeah, Noah's struggling a tiny bit to stay with these top 3. But the top 3 are looking very strong. They're coming together, so we'll probably come and end up having maybe a sprint finish, although we've got 2 laps to go. So
So this time it is 2 laps to go. Hopefully, like I always say, hopefully they know how many laps they're doing. It's an added bonus if I do. But Brett Rushman, for the first time there, I think that was a bit of a kick from Stu McCullum there.
Oh, that's a massive kick.
It is a kick from Stu McCullum. He looked like he was almost absorbing those attacks of Brett Rushman. Rushman was trying to have a go, but Stu McCullum's gone. Can Cameron Riley do anything? Does Cameron Riley think he fancies getting past him? But Brett Rushman's rallied there a little bit. That was just Stu McCullum has not shucken off second and third yet, but he has got 600 metres to go, and he looks good. That was a deliberate kick from Stu McCullum with 800 metres to go.
Yeah, he made a commanding lead, but then that gap's not changed. And I could see the potential of those two catching him up, especially if they can work together. So we'll see if that kick was a little bit too early.
No, it's such fine margins. We think they went 2:49, then 2:46. So it's a tough way to run 3K if you're already speeding up. Stu McCullum made that move a lap ago, but he's not lengthened that gap at all. Brett Rushman and Cameron Riley are working together just behind him. But will Stu McCullum kick again into the barrel? He takes the barrel in 7:15. And Cameron Riley, for the first time, trying to make his way past Brett Rushman. Saw Stu McCullum almost overbalanced and maybe step on the rail side. Oh, there we go. Stu McCullum lifting. He's lifting. This must have been his race plan, to have a big last lap.
Yeah, I think he's looking a lot stronger than the other guys. I think he may have them here, because that gap's just growing and growing. And we've got a massive battle for 2 and 3, I think, between Cameron and Brett. It's a big race going on, because every time Cameron tries to come back at him, Brett just keeps going.
That's every time Cameron really has a go at Brett Rushman. Brett Rushman has an answer. So let's see if Brett Rushman has used all his energy defending those moves, whether he can hold on to that second place. But Stu McCullum looking full of running, checks behind just in case, but there's no one there for Stu McCullum. It was 7:15 through the bell. Let's see what his last lap was. As you can see the back and behind going on for second place, and it looks like Brett Rushman did save a little bit for the finishing straight. But so did Cameron Riley. Stu McCullum, 63 last lap, very nice.
Brett may just have it over Cameron.
Brett holding on for the second, Cameron Riley for third, and then
I think that's
and
Tom,
Martha fourth, just getting past Noah Armitage Hooks, who came in
and a
for
massive
fifth place.
finish from, can't quite see what that number is.
3-2-1 there, James Vaughan. No, 3-2-8, apologies. 3-2-8, Zachariah Bridgeland from BUAC coming through there. Also 3-3-2, Coventry Godiva Harrier, Pierce Clishman having a strong finish over that 3-2-1, James Vaughan from Birchfield. So again, these local running clubs getting their bragging rights. We're going to just tick over agonisingly close to that 9-minute barrier for the next 2 runners. That Brick and Price there coming through just outside, and 3-5-5, Daniel Robinson from Brack just outside that 10-minute barrier. And that concludes the University of Birmingham Track and Field Open. Thank you very much for joining us. Big thank you to all our volunteers. And yeah, we look forward to welcoming you back for the final edition on the 14th of July will be the 4th University of Birmingham Open. Thank you to SOAR for supporting the stream. Thank you to BMC for putting on their events here as well. And once again, thank you to our officials that have volunteered their time and all our wonderful student volunteers. So, and thanks to Sabrina and Andy Paul as well. So, cheers, guys.
Good night of racing. Thank you all for coming.